When do our new chairs come?
We are. Calls in the player right now. We're gonna get you guys some new chairs soon. I'll set these chairs a little more.
Uh-oh.
Reese, are we ready?
Yes, we're.
Okay, we're ready.
Good afternoon, everyone. Today is Monday, April 6th, 2026. I'd like to call this special meeting of the Carmel-by-the-Sea City Council to order at 3 p.m. City Clerk, could you please call the roll?
Sure. Councilmember Barron?
Here.
Councilmember Buder?
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Delves?
Here.
Councilmember Dramoff? Here. Mayor Byrne?
Here.
All are present.
Good. Nova, would you like to read the hybrid meeting attendance options and
Sure.
the public comment guidelines?
Okay, sure. During special city council meetings, public comments are permitted on items listed on the agenda. After each item on the agenda is introduced, the mayor will invite public comment on that item. Each speaker has 3 minutes to speak unless otherwise adjusted by the mayor. While stating your name is optional, it helps to identify speakers in the meeting minutes. Remote or in-person participants who do not comply with the requirements of the Brown Act will be muted.
Right. Did you get the hybrid meetings? I can do it if you want. You want me to do it? Okay, hybrid meeting attendance options. This meeting is going to be held in person here, and there are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 people from the public, just so you know. This is an important meeting. We've got 7 people here. And it's also on Zoom if you wish to make a public comment, or on the city's YouTube page, which allows for you to pause. It's very convenient. And you can also watch it anytime after the meeting. If the meeting will proceed as normal, even if there are technical difficulties accessing the meeting online. We'll do our best to resolve any technical issues as quickly as possible. So we're gonna move right on. We're gonna take a dinner break around 6:30, I always say, if necessary, because it's on there, but it always is necessary. And we will be taking it right about that time, or maybe even a little earlier. Last time we went a little later, and it sort of makes the meeting a little bit too long at the beginning. We're gonna have a consent agenda on a special meeting today. Items on the consent agenda are routine in nature and do not require discussion or independent action. Members of the council or the public may ask that any items be considered individually for council discussion and/or public comment. Unless that is done, one motion may be used to adopt all recommended actions. We've got them up there on the screen. I'm going to read through them real quickly. First one is March 3rd, 2026 special meeting minutes, March 4th, 2026 special meeting minutes, and March 24th, 2026 special meeting minutes. Number 2, February 2026 monthly reports. 3, February 2026 check register summary. 4, Resolution 2026-022, authorizing the city administrator's execution of funding and reimbursement agreements with the Transportation Agency for Monterey County for the 2025 Pavement Management Program update in the amount of $17,810. Do any council people wish to pull any of those items? Seeing none.
I move to approve the consent agenda.
Let's go to the public first. Anybody from the public want to pull an item? Seeing none, I'll go back to Bob and his motion.
Second.
Thank you.
Roll call, please.
Councilmember Barron?
Yes.
Councilmember Buder?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Delves?
Yes.
Councilmember Dramoff?
Yes.
Mayor Byrne?
Yes,
Motion carries.
and I think we're all very excited about item number 4 there. It's going to be very interesting to see what the results come out. All All right, orders of business. We've got a lot of numbers tonight and tomorrow night. Also a lot of tough subjects that have been put off for a long time. I'd just like to say I'm really proud of this council and our senior leadership in the city for being willing to take on these subjects because it's important and it has very long-term ramifications for our city. So it's pretty serious tonight and tomorrow night. And I thank everybody that's here for showing up. I know some of you are going to make some really good comments and we're looking forward to hearing your opinions. All right, let's jump right in. Number 5. Receive an update on water allocation subsequent to adoption of City Council Resolution Number 2025-097, allocating water resources pursuant to Carmel-by-the-Sea Municipal Code, Chapter 17.5, Water Management Program, and provide staff with directions. Hello, are you ready to go?
Thank you. So good evening, Mayor Byrne, council members, Anna Jeanette with Community Planning and Building here on the water allocation updates. So the purpose for tonight's report is to go over updates to the water management program, which is codified in the Carmel Municipal Code, Chapter 1750. The update will include what our water balance is as of writing of the staff report. And based off of that information, staff has identified specific decision points for the council to consider. These include monitoring, should there be more frequent formal monitoring? Should there be a threshold that's set? Also reallocation, and then how would the council like to begin a request for water from the Monterey Peninsula Water Management District? A bit of the background, approximately 5 months ago, the City Council allocated 14 acre-feet of water given to the city by the district to moderately low, and very low income housing, residential, commercial, and municipal categories. Water was not allocated to unallocated reserve or the Mallory Pescadero transfer. So within the last 5 months, there has been some water that was committed to primarily residential projects and commercial projects. Earlier today, staff provided a tracking spreadsheet to the City Council that breaks down these commitments. If you look at that data, the bulk of the projects were residential projects. However, the bulk of the water that was committed were for commercial projects. Currently, we have 13.673 acre-feet of water in our total reserves. So then the decision points, as staff identified earlier, one is monitoring. How should the city's water allocation be monitored? Also, how frequently should it be monitored? Reallocation, that would be the internal reallocation. So at what point should water be transferred between these allocation buckets? And then the last decision point is the request for water. At what point should the city request additional water from the Monterey Peninsula Water Management District? So the first one is monitoring. As codified in the code, staff is required to provide the Planning Commission an annual review of the water use and allocation, and that review and any recommendations by the Planning Commission is supposed to be forwarded to the City Council in December. If there are any changes in the allocation, that requires adoption of a resolution. Also codified in the code are certain water reserves. So 10% for affordable housing projects, as shown on the slide. And then it is not quantified, but the code states that water shall be reserved for coastal recreation, access, and essential public services projects. Staff poses the question whether monitoring should be considered to be changed based off of the changes in water availability. So this procedure was codified in 2004. At that time, there was very little water that was free for use, which didn't allow for certain type of developments. Now that situation has changed. Should we more frequently go before the Planning Commission and the City Council? Or is there a certain threshold that the City Council would like to identify that says, once you're close to this point, then we need to report more frequently? Another way to look at it is looking at development or types of development projects and the certain categories that they're tied to. And then also, should we look forward and anticipate that there's reallocation? Say, we have a project in the affordable housing, and we know that there's 10% there, but we've had inquiries from potential project applicants stating that, I think I'm gonna submit pretty soon. And based off of that preliminary information, perhaps that water is over the amount that is currently allocated. So monitoring is one. The second is reallocation. That is our individual buckets that we've set in our code. The process is also codified in the municipal code, requires a recommendation from the Planning Commission, so that's one hearing. Then adoption by the City Council by resolution, that's a second hearing. That is at least 2 months, 3 months, depending on the time it takes to gather that information. The code also sets an intent for the unallocated reserve. It says you should put everything in the unallocated reserve, but you cannot transfer water from the unallocated reserve to a specific project. You have to first transfer it into a bucket and then take it out from that bucket to give to a project. We also have the water reserves that staff touched upon, and then thinking about reallocation, again, I would think about perhaps the trends in the water commitments and the permit applications that we have received so far. The bottom of this slide, there's a question about how our process would take additional time and whether or not that process would hindrance or create an impediment to development. For example, ADUs, they're ministerial actions. They're not projects that would go to the Planning Commission for approval. They stay in-house and they're approved by staff. So if we had water in our residential bucket and it was at a level where we wouldn't be able to deliver water to an ADU project, it would stall approving issuance of that building permit for at least 2 to 3 months, because they would have to go to the Planning Commission and then go to City Council. Then the district also has an interesting view on buckets. It's their opinion that buckets aren't a good idea because it adds an extra layer of review. But, in 2004, it was intended to have that extra layer of review. And then last is the request for water. So District Ordinance 197, it allowed the district to give water to agencies, but it does not include a process for reallocation after that first allocation. Based on that ordinance, the district has a lot of water in reserves. If you compare the amount of water they have in their reserves, which is 2,175 acre-feet of water, we got 14. The City of Monterey had the largest amount, and they only got 141. So there's enough to go around, sounds like. With consultation from district staff, they stated that because they don't have a procedure, what they would have to do is when one city or jurisdiction asks for additional water, they would kind of stop and do a needs assessment for all of the jurisdictions. So Not sure how long that would take, but I think if we were thinking about monitoring and reallocation and when to request water, that should also be part of that conversation, that lead time it'll take for them to do that needs assessment. I also wanted to point out that the cease and desist order has not yet been lifted. So when we're thinking of development projects, we're keeping in mind that these are not new meters, it's reuse of an existing meter. Then also points to think about when requesting additional water is the potential for supporting economic development. So you can see from the data that we pulled, although there were only 5 commercial projects, the commercial projects had the bulk of the water that was committed. We also have state housing requirements that would require additional water. And I also want to point out that we do have a condition in the city that we're built out, so there aren't a lot of vacant lots where there will be, brand new development versus redevelopment. So with that, I am here to answer any other questions that you may have. And I have the decision points up here on the slide if, you kind of want to go through them. And then I also have the table. I don't know how easy that will be you could read that from the dais, but if you'd like to go through the water tracking table, I have it here available too. You are welcome.
Thank you. Nice job. So this is an interesting situation. You've got all kinds of moving parts here, and they're interrelated. I didn't know about the situation with the water district having to go back and look at everybody. Is that true? I'll just ask these questions first. Is it true that if we wanted to get another, let's just say we somehow managed to reallocate and give all 16 away, and we wanted 16 more, they would have to go and do an analysis of all cities before they gave us our 16?
That is what was indicated by the general manager.
And we have no idea how long that takes.
No.
Very interesting. All right, I'm going to open it up for questions for the council. Hans, you want to kick it off?
Yeah, my questions are about what I see as a couple of kind of the hard requirements we have for the use of water coming up. So one is the police department and public works building. Does the staff have an estimate of how much net new water that building might require? It's obviously a hard question because we haven't designed it yet, but an order of magnitude would be helpful.
I do not, but I would say in general, the exercise is taking a look at what the existing fixture count is, and then kind of trying to figure out, we have a break room, we have restrooms, we have all these things that use water, and then you can kind of play with the numbers and use the water district's form to see where you can kind of save or, what's the word? You used to use it when we had this last. Recycle or, no, it's kind of like mining. What was it called?
Sounds like.
Hans, maybe somebody on the committee or anybody on the committee, do you have any insights for Hans' question? Okay.
No, at this point, I mean, I can speak for everything that Anna said is correct. I mean, we're just not at that point in understanding what the project even looks like. It's a great question. It's something we're gonna have to wrestle with in the not too distant future, but we just don't know yet.
Okay, not for tonight.
But something to think of.
Yeah.
This one I think we do have an answer to. I know it was in a prior council packet, but do you guys have on the tip of your fingers the estimate for how much water we might need to hit our RENA numbers? I think Marnie had come up with an estimate at one point, and I just can't remember.
Yes, it was presented at the last meeting. I would have to look at it, but I believe it was close to what we were given minus the reserves, but I could come back.
But yeah, we can look at that
I
while
can
we're
look
doing
at
questions and in this item, we can come back to you with that.
In what?
Within this item, I think Anna should be able to look that up or message Marnie. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, thanks. No, those are my questions because I think understanding where we have hard requirements upcoming, where we're gonna need to make sure that we have the water, I think is is important for this exercise. So, thank you.
Bob has no questions. Yes.
Thank you, Mayor. This just touches upon what Hans was asking. So if, for example, if we were to get rid of the buckets, low income categories separate to prove that we do have that available for those developments when they come about.
Yes, so we have to show the state that there's water available. And then the way our code is written, there has to be at least 10% reserved for affordable housing.
So we would have to still keep a category with that, and then the rest would be in a bucket. Is that correct?
You could say that, or perhaps it could be 3 buckets, one larger bucket, one for the affordable housing and one for the coastal access recreation and public facilities.
Okay, thanks, Anna.
I'm going to let Jeff go next. I have a question to add on to that.
I have a question.
Yeah, just a second. I just want to add on to hers. When you say 10%, is that from the 16 or as we use it up? Does it reset ever?
Strict language of the code says 10% of the water reserves. So right now there's more than 10% in that bucket. But once our overall allocation drops,
Yeah.
does that mean that too can drop, or do we leave it? I think that's a decision point for council. Might be best to leave it depending on the RENA numbers.
So it's not perfectly clear what that really means and how often it happens. Is it automatic or do you have to come to us to reset it?
Right.
Okay, Jeff, go ahead. Sorry.
Yeah, another question related to Alessandra's question. The state requires us to show that we have water for some of the affordability categories. So maybe you know the answer to that. So we have, let's say we have 100 units that we're required to produce under the RENA allocation for very low and low income housing. Do we calculate a number like 0.15 acre feet per 2-bedroom apartment or whatever that number is, and then we have to be able to show the state that we have 100 times 0.15 acre feet of water, so we have 15 acre feet of water set aside for those units?
I believe
Like, how does that work?
I believe that's the exercise that we went through. We did in general, if they were like 1-bedroom, 2 bedrooms, studios, then we'd have like a fixed rate per that type. And if we wanted to do a mix, this is going to be the most amount of water that would be required for that mix.
So in 2025, last year, we allocated 3 acre feet of water, so now we have 3.616 acre feet of water in the very low and very low income housing bucket, right? So according to this, so that is enough to satisfy our low or very low and very low income housing requirement, given some mix of apartments. 3.616 acre feet is enough to satisfy all of those apartments, all of those 100 apartments.
The affordable component,
The affordable
right?
one.
But then there's also one program is like the mixed income program. So there would be like water from that would come from somewhere else, the residential bucket.
I'm trying to get at, Alessandra spoke about like some sort of state obligation that we have as opposed to something else. So as sort of context, and I don't mean this to be a comment yet, but as context, we've talked about like reducing everything to one bucket. And we heard Mr. Stolt come and say that he didn't like buckets and that we needed to sort of exhaust all of our water, which obviously makes Hans uncomfortable and makes me uncomfortable. And now this comment from the state, from Alessandra, sort of referencing the state requirement is that we really can't do that because we need to have some water in reserve according to the state.
Right,
Right.
and then RENA also includes more than just
Right,
affordable
so I'm,
too. So
right
it's
now,
like,
so
how
right
do
now,
you-
I'm just talking about, humor me for a minute, we're talking about the state. We're talking about the low and very low income, which apparently the state, according to, Alessandra's comment, was that the state requires us to keep that amount of water separate. from everything else, like for those two buckets, the low and very low income housing, right? I'm trying to build something here,
Yeah,
so,
yeah.
so you can stipulate to that for a second. And then 3.616 acre feet of water divided by 100 is 0.04 acre feet of water per unit. And that doesn't really seem like it's enough to build like 0.04 acre feet or, 0.03616 acre feet of water. Doesn't seem like it's enough to build an apartment. Is that correct?
That does
Like-
sound low. Harvesting was the word I was thinking of, but again, a lot of the programs take advantage of existing development, which already has water. So then you would take what water is on the site, and then you would add from the allocation bucket if it was under what you needed to serve that development. So a hotel would have X amount of acre feet of water. You convert that into residential. Now you're adding a kitchen with the, sink, dishwasher, which adds fixture units. Then you'd have to make up the difference through the water allocation bucket.
Through the very low and low, through that sort of category one. Well, so our housing element, relies somewhat on ADUs as well. And those ADUs, so let's say there are 50 ADUs and, 5 or 10 of them, are, by design, state's words, not mine, are required to be, or sort of assumed to be low and very low income, right? The state spreads them across all the different housing buckets. Like, where's that water gonna come from? Like, if I'm, assuming that we at some point allow people to build 500 square foot ADU on their lot, which we don't really now by not giving them water. Like, do we have to have water in reserve for all those ADUs too? Like, and I know you don't have an answer to this question.
That's a great
but that's
question, though.
50 ADUs that we have to have water from to satisfy our RENA obligation for these 5 or 10 low and very low income units. Like, where's that? Like what I'm sort of getting at is like, it seems like we don't have enough water. Like, let me ask this as a question. Do we have enough water in our 6 units for residential, which is somewhat depleted, and our 3.616 units of low and very low income housing to satisfy our RENA obligation?
I looked it up. I think I can maybe answer your question a little bit. Marty, it was on page 122 of our packet in November of 2025 on Monday. And she said that, like, to your point, it depends on how many bedrooms are you talking about, right? So she said if you did 1 bath units, you could do 57 units, that's her estimate. And if you did exclusively 2 bath units.
57 units using how much water? The 3.616 units?
Yeah, it's
Acre feet.
3.616 divided by 0.063 acre feet apparently per bathroom.
0.063 acre feet per bathroom?
Yeah, and so if you have a 2 bath, it's like 32 units. So just to benchmark, we're trying to do 349. I guess we're not all low, not all deed restricted. So the actual number is, closer to like 150-ish or so, but it just gives you a sense. It's only like a third or less of what we need.
And I think,
Okay.
if I could, on the ADU question, the interesting thing about ADUs, if they are able to be counted as very low or low, that's post-construction. Because remember, we get credit on the front end prospectively, the 30, 30, 30, 10, but we don't get to actually count them as low or very low until either A, we get a deed restriction tied to them, which is really unlikely, or B, what we're gonna be doing is proving that they're rented somehow at a low rate, but they will have already been constructed at that point, so they would have needed to have their water ahead of time. So I'm not sure the ADUs is really.
So the 50 ADUs I was talking about earlier, that water is not going to come out of category 1.
Correct. If category 1 is the affordable
Yeah.
Yeah,
Low
that's
income,
correct.
low income.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm finished. Thank you.
All right, I have a question, several questions, actually. Do you feel that when we made the decision to re-up and have more water available, has that been advertised sufficiently? You think everybody in the community that wants to do a project knows that? And have you seen the kind of activity that you would expect, given that we didn't have it and then we did?
I think within the last 5 months, early on, there was more of a desire to add water. But since drafting the staff report, there was already one project that was added to the list. It's hard to say. We could always do a better job of reminding folks that there's water available.
Do you think you're sitting here doing this all day long, did you see like a bunch of people come in and say, hey, I've been waiting for this, I need some water, I want to do a project? Did you get that feeling at all?
Initially, yes. But we also have questions that kind of go across the board, like one inquiry was, can I apply for a permit on a vacant lot knowing that there isn't a meter, but have my entitlement start moving forward before I get a meter? To, I've been waiting for my second bathroom and now I can apply for my second bathroom.
In general, though, we haven't seen like a mad rush for water, okay? It didn't seem like it.
Initially, there was kind of
Okay.
a bit of a rush and then it's kind of died down.
Okay, yeah, go ahead, yeah.
How many empty lots do we have? Do you know? Like how many lots with how many residential lots that need a water meter do we have sitting around? Is it like 10?
When I was
You know?
sitting across the hall, it was around 10.
Including the ones that the city owns?
That's a good question. I don't think so.
It's only like 3
Yeah, it's only like 3 or
so-
4, but yeah, like the ones that are belong to somebody other than the city was around 10.
Okay,
Yeah.
because I would assume that when the CDO is lifted, I assume that all of those are gonna come lining up, right? Okay, thanks.
No problem. So you told us that we can't, based on the process, I heard you say, you're not here because we ran out of commercial water and you want us to give commercial water, because that would have to go to the planning commission for a recommendation, correct?
Right, right.
So we're not gonna fix that problem tonight. That's not why we're here.
No, it's more thinking of the data where we're at now. When should council start thinking about, do we want to wait until December? Or do we think that that bucket may run out of water before December?
Okay, but you're here for a policy discussion, not
Right.
reallocating water discussion.
That's
So we
correct.
can take that off the table for tonight.
Yes.
Okay. And is there anybody here that's tied into the district enough that, are they talking about fixing this process so that we don't go to this back and forth thing where we could wait a year for them to make that decision after they go to all the cities? We don't know.
Yeah, it's a great question, Mayor. I mean, we emailed the district, we emailed Mr. Stolt ahead of this, because we've heard him speak a couple times at the podium, and I think the message we received initially was, just spend your water and there'll be more water when you want it. I think that maybe some of those details weren't worked out when we first heard that from them.
To say the least.
Trying to be a little diplomatic about this, but we can get more direct information from them if they're working on fixing this problem, as you put it. But yeah, as of right now, we don't have any more information than that, other than what Anna put together in her presentation.
So to an extent, until we know that, this discussion is sort of a moot point. Because we can't get rid of we're gonna have a discussion. I'm just asking questions. Have other cities been here yet, or are we the first to have this discussion?
No other city has asked for additional water.
Have they had this discussion? Do you know? Might be worth looking at to see are they asking the same questions of the district, like figure this out?
Yeah.
Okay.
I think Seaside might be a good example.
Yeah, go ahead.
Do you know, so we've used up 3 acre feet of our 16 acre feet, so of our 16.63, so of our 14 acre feet, we've used up 3. So that's, 25%, 20%. Do you know where other cities are in terms of like how much of their allocated water they've used?
I do not, but I can find out.
Okay.
Mr. Mayor, also just to kind of put a little bit finer point on the question about what you're here to do tonight. I mean, as a policy direction, you could direct us to go back to the planning commission and get them to, ask them to reallocate water. So I think that's what you were asking.
Yes.
Like you can't move water tonight in a bucket because we have a process, but you can certainly give us that direction to go start that process.
Could we change the policy so that we could do that?
You could direct us to go change the policy and bring it back to you.
Okay,
Yeah. Yes.
I have another question, that Jeff's idea to restrict ADU size using water, what's happened with that? Have you had projects come in where they wanted to be 200 feet bigger and they couldn't do it?
I don't know that level of detail. I do know that out of the 4 that mentioned ADUs, they were all under. We do still have applications for ADUs that are over their floor area, and
So
there's no issue of asking.
Are people standing in line waiting for that to change? So are they making their ADUs smaller? I mean, did you see any impact of that, our decision to do that?
No, okay, because I'm seeing both. So they're either harvesting from the house and using it for the ADU, or they're trying to maintain the floor area.
Okay, great. All right, that's all. Let's take it out to the public for questions, comments.
Good afternoon, council. I have a very kind of basic conceptual question. And it's based on the fact that we have a housing element that's approved, and now we're not even correlating the water use to that housing element. And even though we're monitoring, and we've only used 2.9 out of the 14 that we were so happy to allocate, my question is, how are we tying what we are identifying in the current housing element with water? How is that tied one to the other? Based on the 149 units that we have a requirement to build, I know that Jeff was trying to get there, but we can only afford to build 50. So my question is, if the requirement is from the state for us to build 149, can we have enough, is that sufficient data for us to go to require Monterey to give us more water? Or do we need to totally use what we have, more than we have allocated, and then to go for their question to them? That's number one. The second one question or comment is more about monitoring. I think it's efficient, it's great to monitor what we utilize. I think it's great to give the empowerment. As you did, you allocated already some water and you give an allocation to the city. I think to empower our city staff to be able to approve projects based on what's already allocated is the most efficient way to run how we operate versus trying to bring everything to buckets that we can control and move around. I think you already gave direction with some allocation. Let's figure out what kind of projects are we incentivizing to based on that allocation, instead of having let's see how we can move the buckets back to the buckets idea. Those are my 2 recommendations. Is there any way you can answer my question or no? Brandon?
After we're finished
Oh,
with public comment.
sorry.
Brandon's
Thank
taking
you.
notes. Hi, Nancy.
Nancy Toomey, thank you. Just to actually, from my experience on working on the housing element and researching what other jurisdictions are doing, and information that we've gotten from HCD, they do not accept constraints on our housing plans in the housing element as it stands, nor its amendment as we're pending authorization to tie those to a lack of water availability. So they said, point blank, you cannot alter your housing plan based upon questionable water availability. And I will defer to those experts here at the table to validate that information, but that's what we were hearing all along this path that we've been on. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else? There's really nobody online? Is that true? That's sort of sad. Okay, last chance. Hotel people, you don't have anything? All right, we'll bring it back for discussion. You want to start? Okay, go ahead.
So, you know, there's kind of like a game theory aspect to this thing. You know, the water district wants us to use our water and get rid of the buckets regime, and have one big pot of water. And that's fine as long as you have the confidence that the water will be forthcoming when you ask for it. The challenge, of course, is we only have verbal assurances. So at the same time, we do have these, and that's kind of where I was going with my questions. We have these real hard requirements. We have RENA numbers, right? To Maria's point. We also have a new municipal building, which I don't know what the net increase in water usage will be from that, but those are the ones that sort of stand out to me. So, you know, to state the obvious, I'm concerned about a scenario where we run out of water, we go to the water district, and they're like, sorry, which in a small way, we kind of just did. So I guess the question is, how likely is that? So I spoke to someone at the water management district last night, and I was told that, you know, initially, the initial allocation we got represented 30% of AMBAG's 25-year forecast, which is kind of a combination of the RENA forecast and a population growth forecast. And so, you know, how far will that 2,175 acre feet get you? I was told the water district thinks it's more than 25 years worth of water, just to kind of benchmark. So we've obviously, you know, to Jeff's point, we've gone through maybe 3 acre feet of 14 acre feet so far. The 14 acre feet represents 30% of 25 years. So that gives me some comfort that they actually have a lot of water. Another question I asked was, how much water do we have to be down to for them to give us an additional allocation? Like, do we have to have 2 acre feet left? Do we have to literally have 0? And so I was told that it was more like once we get through maybe 2/3 or 60%. So
Maybe, sort of.
Yeah. So maybe when we have 5 or 6 acre feet left, something like that. I was also told that it would probably take maybe like 3 months to get a new allocation if we hit that level. And similarly, I was also told, similar to what was in the staff report, that basically like the lead horse, like whichever municipality or jurisdiction hits that trigger first, they will go back and do an allocation sort of across the board. But it's only that lead horse that would get kind of a full reallocation, and everybody else would get substantially less. So I'm just trying to provide some color on how I understand the process.
If I could interrupt you. So then what did they say? So let's just say we're the first lead dog and we
Yeah.
get it.
That you'd get
And
something
then,
on the
and
order
then the
of,
next person that does it, they go back and do that again for 3 months?
yeah, so it's
Okay,
a
all right.
similar question, right?
It's a mess, okay.
So, how much would we get, right? Like I was told it'd be something on the order of our initial allocation, which was 14 acre feet. So I'm just trying to, that's the best information that I have to work with. And so I think, you know, I do wish they would create a policy on this, because, you know, we're trying to operate, you know, and do the best we can here, but there's some uncertainty. So that being said, based on the information at hand, and they're trying to do the best that they can as well, you know, my recommendation would basically be that we allocate some water to the affordable units bucket and to the municipal bucket based on whatever answers we get back from the staff on, you know, how much water is needed for those requirements. And then basically collapse everything else into a single bucket. And so, you know, then when we hit 5 or 6 acre feet, we go back and ask for more. And we've been told that when we hit that kind of threshold, that we would actually get more water. And so, in terms of the monitoring question, I'm just interested in the usage. So even like a quick update to the council, like in 6 months, I think it was 5 months this time. I think I'd stick to a 6-month cadence for, the next couple of updates just to see. But we may need to make a couple of adjustments to the municipal code based on what's in there. I'm not exactly sure how this interacts with the sort of general plan requirement about like coastal access, reserving water for coastal access. I mean, if we have a big bucket of water for commercial, et cetera, and homes, I mean, technically that's, there's coastal access in there. So I'd be looking for some guidance on that, but that's kind of where I'm at on it, is one big bucket and then only create separate buckets in the amount total of 5 or 6 acre feet for the things that we absolutely know we have to have, which is, basically the police station, public works building, and however much of our arena we have enough water for.
Thank you. Bob?
Yeah, I've struggled with this because, everything about our code and all the decisions we've made for decades is based on scarcity of water. And suddenly we're told you have an abundance of water. And I think what's happening up here is we don't believe you, right? It's like the water district came to us and said, there it is, take it. You got a lot of water. And we still put things into buckets thinking because if it's scarcity, we can social engineer some outcomes. You kind of said it, it's a conundrum, and I think my approach is going to be similar to Hans's, is that I'm going to take the water district at face value that we have an abundant amount of water. That they told us not to put it into buckets. So I don't know that we should be surprised that when we did put it into buckets and we start to run out of it in one bucket, that their answer is going to be, we told you not to put it in buckets. And you still have a bunch of it left, and go away. You're not there yet. And so that's what they told us they were going to tell us, and that's what they told us. Their answer that when someone really gets there, we're going to have to check in with everybody. Well, of course they are. I don't know that that's all that complicated. I think to some extent it's just asking every municipality for what they've used and what the score is. So I'm not sure it's an overly complex thing, but they don't want to enter into it until they think they need to. In other words, they're not going to let us be the trigger. So I'm going to take the water district at their face value. I'm also going to take the Department of Housing and Development, Community Development, at their face value, which is, don't worry, you cannot use water as a governor, as a restricting element for anything. So, okay, that's what you told me. We won't. I think Hans has suggested we still put some water in a reserve for that. That's fine. I wouldn't necessarily reserve enough for all of it because it's going to take a while to get there if we ever get there. So I would agree that I'm other than some sort of reserve for what we think really needs to be a reserve, just put it all into a single bucket and encourage people to use it. And maybe the answer is we could be, because we're small, we can be first. To your answer, Dale, I think if this is of what has happened, this is quite a bit for a little town. It's a lot. And I think it's interesting. There's a couple of conversions of retail to restaurants. There's some ADUs and just a lot of bathrooms. And I think in general, these are people hate development, but these are all improvements to our housing stock and our commercial stock that I think we should celebrate. So that's it.
All right, Alessandra?
Thank you, Mayor. I appreciate the comments from Hans and Bob, and I'm with you. I'm certainly open to that. I think it would be good to do the annual monitoring with the PC and the Planning Commission and the City Council every 6 months, just so it's a little bit more frequent. In the meantime, if we were to change, since that's going to be a process of changing our municipal code, I'm open to just sending back to the Planning Commission something such as taking the unallocated amount of 1.69 and putting that into commercial. So if there is interest in doing more commercial work, they would at least have a little bit more water. And then on that same note, I would say that it would be good if we could reach out to the business community to get a sense if there's a lot more development that's being planned, or maybe it's just a little bit more. And then also the same with the residential. I was actually surprised that it's still relatively low. I mean, I thought there might be more demand. Maybe there is, and they just, they're not aware of it or just haven't, gotten together to get their plans in order. But just so we get a little bit of a better sense of how much use there will be. And then following with what Hans said is keep the two categories. Category 1 for the affordable housing, increasing a bit in case we do need more for that police department, public works building, and right now we do not know that. And then the rest could just go in a regular bucket. And then I guess my question out of that would be, how long would it take for us if we do want to go change the municipal code? What kind of a process would that be?
Did you get all that, Brandon? Okay, good.
She's been looking at that.
So that'll be an ordinance to amend the municipal code. We have good bones to work off of. It would just be, modifying existing language. So if, staff could bring it to the Planning Commission in the summer, we'd be able to have a recommendation to the City Council that month afterwards. Because Title 17 is part of our local coastal program, it then requires a certification by the Coastal Commission. But we can still do the 6-month interval without changing the code. It's just getting rid of the buckets might be a bit trickier. But we can also work with our city attorney and see if there's any leeway the way that the existing language is written. Okay.
Can I just ask a quick follow-up on that since she's up here? Just to be clear, we could provide direction to the Planning Commission to have them collapse the rest of the buckets into a single bucket, and that would not require a change to the municipal code, right?
It might. It could trigger change depending on how the language is set up.
Because didn't we just change
Yeah.
buckets around and we didn't have to change the code?
Yeah, it would be,
split
there are certain buckets that we have that are required by code, right, Anna? And then there's certain buckets that we collectively sort of made up. So if we want to make the made up buckets go away, we can do that without a municipal code amendment, but we would just have to, I think what we would need to do is look at what are those buckets that are required by code right now.
And just to drive it to a conclusion, just before Josh starts his comments here, aside from the affordable units, which obviously are in the code, the 10%, but that's already there, so that's fine. What's the other bucket that's required? I saw something about coastal access, but there's no category here that says
Right.
coastal access.
I scribbled a little note on my paper that said, well, I think a public works building helps maintain and provide coastal access to the community, so, that maybe is your municipal bucket can count towards coastal access.
Okay.
That'd be a good idea because it would
have a good
probably
idea
be
once in
a
a while.
municipal,
Yeah.
probably be a municipal project.
Yeah.
But just going off of memory, there are 3 clear buckets. It's affordable, the coastal recreation access public services is one, and then unallocated reserve is the other one.
So that could accomplish if the majority of the council's goal is to have 3 buckets, I think we can accomplish that without a change to the municipal code.
That except where you cannot take from unallocated and give it to a project, you have to put it somewhere
Move it
before
into
you.
a bucket first. Interesting,
Yeah.
okay. All right, well, let us do some work on that.
Okay, how about I go and then we have that conversation?
Go ahead,
next?
Jeff.
So I share Hans and Bob's frustration with the sort of allocation, with the water management district's allocation process. I don't really know. I have an idea. What I don't share. What I don't share is what it sounds like to me is sort of the strategy, and I'll sort of make this up, the strategy of collapsing everything into one bucket and then just using it like the water management district recommends. That sounds like a little bit of Russian roulette to me, for fear that we end up, we go from 14 units, 14, however many acre feet we have right now, 14 or 13.67 units. We go from 13 to 3. And then we go to the water management district, and it turns out that it's gonna take that bureaucracy, just like us, like it would take us, 6 months to figure out how to divvy up all that water. Because basically, the water management district is in some sense a political organization with 5 elected representatives, just like we are. And while we have 1 representative on the water management district, when Mr. Stolt came 5 months ago or 6 months ago in October to talk to us, he's the Brandon of the water management district. He's not an elected official of the water management district. And Dave Stolt doesn't have the power to simply divvy up this water and then allocate it to the rest of us. And so allocate it to the rest of the communities, including for example, unincorporated Monterey, which has their own RENA, which has their own housing requirements and whatever it is that they're gonna do out there. So that process of sort of spending down all the water and then just going back with our hand out doesn't really make me, doesn't make me comfortable at all. I think another observation before I get into a solution, another observation to sort of Bob's comment. Let's see. I'll admit, Bob said a couple of minutes ago, scarcity means that we social engineer some outcomes. And I'm completely on board with that. Like that's, as you know, 6 months ago when we had this conversation, a month later when we had the same conversation, I talked about allocating water to the commercial district and having it all gobbled up by restaurants. And that's exactly what's happened. We put 3 acre feet of water into the commercial district, and it's all been gobbled up by restaurants, which creates in fact which creates a downtown dynamic or a community that maybe we like and maybe we don't like, but that is in fact our job. Like the 5 of us up here, we social engineer the community all the time. There's lots of stuff in our municipal code that talks about approved uses and unapproved uses and restaurants and water and all sorts of things. And so I think that that's our job. And seeing the water gobbled up by restaurants, which to use a different topic, to riff on this a little bit, creates more of a parking problem. Because there are more people expecting to be fed here, is an outcome that I don't necessarily see as positive for the community. I could be swayed, but I think that's a discussion that the 5 of us with community input need to have about where we want the downtown community to go, and whether going from 70 to 80 or 90 restaurants is really what we want, really what we see this village as becoming. So I'm pretty stuck on that. Back to the water management district. So what I think we need to do, rather than poking the bear, one option for what we should do rather than poking the bear is sort of get the bear ready to be poked. And I think that the way to sort of do that is to not show up at the water management district with, hey, we're out of water, we need more water. But to send the water management district, a letter from us, in the form of a resolution or a letter from us that says, or allow Brandon and staff to do it, that says, we're having these problems and we need some guidance from the 5 elected officials at the water management district as to what we should do. I think this area is particularly fuzzy for us right now, and we should ask them for clarification. We should try to get our house in order, so that then when we go back to the water management district and ask for more water, we can say, okay, well, we've done what you wanted us to do, or we've done the best that we can do, and now we need more water to satisfy our RENA obligation. You know, the thing about looking at, you know, we put this water into residential we had 6 feet of water in there, and now we've used 1.2 feet, and we're down to 4.8 feet. And when I look at this, when I look at the water allocation spreadsheet, what I see are bathrooms and kitchens and making houses bigger and better, and that's all great, but that doesn't produce housing. So we have put this water into a residential bucket, and yet if I went down this list of the number of housing units that we've enabled, with the exception of, I think, the ADUs, with the exception of the 4 ADUs, which I think everybody knows how I feel about that. What I don't see is us making progress towards our housing goals, even though we've put the money into the residential bucket. And I find that to be kind of distressing, and sort of exacerbates the problem of not having enough water to sort of meet that goal. So what I think we should do is first figure out amongst the 5 of us, if we should send a letter, enable Brandon to capture some comments and send a letter to the water management district and say that we're not happy. Not that we're not happy, but that we feel like we're in sort of a fog, and we're afraid of doing this for fear that we'll run out of water. And then what I also think we should do, and I'm okay with collapsing most of the buckets into, unallocated reserve, we can get rid of that, and collapsing everything into commercial, my restaurant comments, of course, stand by themselves. But I think we should split the residential bucket. I think we should make an effort to start putting water aside for our RENA obligation. And while I think that the category number 1, which is low and very low income housing, does that to satisfy those 100 units, I think what's missing is the other 200 units. And I think given that what we see on this spreadsheet and how the water has been gobbled up by bathrooms, is that we need another bucket that says, this is water that we're going to use to satisfy our RENA obligation, and put it aside. And I think if we did that, when we send the second letter to the water management district and say that we're actually asking for water, we can say, Dave, to sort of answer Dave Stoltz's comments about not using buckets, we can say, we put this much water into the low income bucket, which we need for our RENA obligation, and we put this much water into this other RENA bucket, which we need for the medium and which we need for the other RENA buckets. And we can say, so we're trying to satisfy our RENA obligation, and we are now out of water in all the other categories. So we've put aside water for housing, we've put aside water for our police station, and now we're out of water. So put it back, if we send the first letter, by the time we get to that point, we'll be able to say, we are trying to save water for our housing obligation, and you are telling us to not do that, which I think will put the water management district in a somewhat uncomfortable position. And I think when we're negotiating with them to get more water, I think the way to do that is to put them in the uncomfortable position and say, we are trying to get water for our housing, please help us get water for our housing. And that will trigger the discussion at the water management district among all the municipalities, and we will all get the water that we need for housing. And I think that by rearranging our buckets, I think that we can do that. Thank you.
Thank you. So Brandon, we had a significant discussion about this, a couple months ago, and I believe you did go and check, what's the process? How do we get the water? And I think the answer was, when you run out, we'll give you more. You got a slightly different answer. which,
Yeah, I mean, this is the issue, is that the answer I got was also mostly a verbal. I got some email from Dave Stoll. I don't know who Councilmember Booter's spoken to, but I doubt he got anything in writing from anybody at the district, probably, about what they will or won't do. Otherwise, I'm assuming you would share that with everybody. So I think we're just in this perpetual loop of, they only tell us so much because there is nothing in writing. So I think that's perhaps what Councilmember Barron's trying to overcome, is getting something in writing from the electeds, like all 5 of you, who actually have some policy-making decision authority, versus a general manager who, his words earlier in the day, is just a bureaucrat like me. So, yeah, I think,
We love our
so,
bureaucrats.
I know, I understand. I didn't take it as an insult.
do the 5 of us agree that we need some clarification on, it was complicated what Jeff just said, but basically what I'm hearing is we believe we need to put some water aside because we're being told to do it by the state, right? If we have to use up all our water before we can get more, we can't do that because it's going to take some time for those units to happen. So in the meantime, that's sitting there in the bucket. Now we're adding to it a fair amount of water perhaps for the municipal buildings, which means we could never get to a point where we could ask for more water unless they clarified or changed their policy. Is that correct?
Well, there's no policy.
Yeah, there's no policy
There's
to
no,
change, so,
it's like, all we
yeah.
have are some words.
Yeah.
I mean, they've got us in a tough position
Yeah.
because we're trying to do the right thing for our city and for the state, and we're not able to do that and then get more water.
Well, so if we sort of separate out the topics for a second and just put a pin in the substantive question for a second, does anybody disagree with us making some kind of formal request for like a written policy or written guidance?
That's where I was headed.
I think there's merit in it for sure with Jeff's idea, and then we're getting something in writing, which is very important, and we can, have that as proof in moving forward, so I would support that.
Yeah, I mean, what I heard Jeff say was, really what we're asking for is what is a definition of out,
Yeah.
right? And but I think providing the background of the RENA is, that all of us, that, all the municipalities and the county are being told that RENA's real. So, and out of one side of their mouth, they say, don't worry about water, and the other say, yeah, well, you better reserve. I think we need guidance there. And I think we all do.
Got five recommendations for that.
And that can
That's
happen.
that's something you would do, correct?
It's something that I can do. I can bring a draft back to council. You guys could appoint one of you to work with me on the letter, however you guys want to do it. But for what my opinion's worth, I'm a non-voting member, but I like that too. Just, getting something from the electeds to give us real direction, because none of us are able to get something concrete from the bureaucrats over there.
I think and I touched on this earlier, in the meantime, we should probably find out if anybody else has gotten here, and that's started already. It's hard to believe.
Yeah,
that
we
it
can
hasn't.
reach out to our colleagues.
It's hard to
in the
believe
area.
that it hasn't happened.
Yeah.
The next thought I had is, should the planning commission really be having this conversation before it comes to us? Because they're the ones that actually are doing the projects that cause this stuff to happen. And have they said anything about this before this meeting? Did you get any feedback from planning?
Anna can speak to what the planning commission has said. I mean, we'll say from sort of the same level as what we're talking about with the water district, like we need this level of conversation with you all who are our policy creators in the city.
No, we have not discussed this before the planning commission since 5 months ago, 6 months ago.
The planning commission's discussion revolved around how much water to put in each of the buckets and what the buckets were and all that. But this higher level conversation of sort of like put another elected body in a position of giving us direction, that should come from you 5.
Okay. So let me go around and summarize what everybody said. Hans, you started the 3-bucket concept. I think I heard Bob say that you're okay with that. I think I heard Ally say that she's okay with it. Jeff? I think I heard you say a little bit
I'm
of
mostly okay with it. I would like to see, we've made, again, I think maybe this is the right point to have this conversation. I would like to see, I think it would make a better case to the water management district when we eventually go back to them asking for more water, to show them that we are trying to save water for projects that increase our housing stock. I think that there is a pretty valid difference between extra bathrooms, which are great, because people have been living under the 2-bathroom rule, me included, forever. And fixtures that allow more people to live here. Such as on like the empty lots are sort of a perfect example. Like we could set up a bucket number 1B or whatever we want to call it, where we facilitated the empty lots when the CDO is restricted in housing projects and something like that. And I think it's so I do think it's worthwhile I would be okay with collapsing bucket number 5 into bucket number 3, as much as I think we'll just end up with more restaurants. But I would like to see, I'd really like to see a set aside for new housing units in addition to low and very low income housing.
Anybody else see the need for that?
Well, just to push back on it, Jeff, for kind of one of the reasons you just said, I would not want to get to a situation where we could not continue what we're doing. You know, the bathrooms and the kitchens, those things matter.
Yes.
Right? And in the interest of getting more people to live here, and it seems petty, but it's real. That third bathroom is a big deal. A wash sink is a big deal. A dog wash is a big deal. So I would not want to stop this by running out of residential water because we're saving it for market rate units in the future. Because when those, you know, to some extent, this is first come, first serve. And the people that already live here and already own their homes, I think, are first in line. And I don't want to push them. I don't want to create a scarcity for them. So I would prefer not to do that.
Social engineering through scarcity.
Okay, so the 3 buckets are, Brandon, why don't you read back what you think the 3 buckets are, since you're going to have to make this happen?
Well, I think that we have a couple of buckets we know that are required. So we have the affordable housing bucket, we have the coastal access bucket, and then we have an unallocated bucket. I mean, that's what the 3 buckets are. I think we can be creative with what we determine goes into those buckets. I mean, a coastal access bucket, I wasn't just trying to be cute. Like, I really do believe that, you know, a municipal building that houses our police force and our public works department and potentially other municipal services provides access. It maintains that access safely and securely to the coast. So I think we can legitimately say things like that, but I think those are your 3 buckets.
Okay. And the other issue I think that I heard, the theme, is what kind of time frame do we need to have to revisit this?
Can I just jump back in on that?
Absolutely.
You'd actually need 4 buckets, right? Because you'd need the general bucket, right? So
For the market
because
rate
for somebody to
housing.
actually use it, it can't
Yeah.
be in unallocated.
Yeah.
It has to be in a bucket. So
I
it really
guess that-
becomes
yeah,
4 buckets.
That's true. Yeah, you'd have to make up a 4th bucket then. So you'd have the 3 code required buckets, and you'd have like
Available.
an available bucket. Yeah.
Okay.
I'm still unclear, where's the coastal, so your view is that the coastal access bucket falls into the municipal category, it falls under municipal. My view is that, if you want to know, is that coastal access means recreation. And I think that restaurants, like when the Coastal Commission has used coastal access in the context of Carmel before, it has always meant to me the big picture of what Carmel provides, you know, which includes hotels and restaurants. Like, it's pretty clear that hotels fall under the coastal access bucket. Like, to me, like that, like hotels provide coastal access. That's as far as I know, that's the Coastal Commission's definition of part of what the Coastal Commission used coastal access. It allows people to come to the coast and stay.
Low-cost
Like that's-
visitor serving
that's-
accommodations.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I know about low cost, but.
that's their language.
Sounds like we
Visitor
need to do some
accommodations.
homework on that.
Yeah.
Okay.
Can I provide clarification?
Yes?
So the language is coastal recreation, access, and essential public services. So Public Works, PD.
So Brandon's interpretation was correct? Is that what you just said? Okay. So the municipal bucket
Let's
takes care of
just,
that.
can we just like back that tape up and replay that again? Thank you.
Yeah,
Sorry.
yes. Okay, time frame. What I heard mostly was 6 months.
That was for an ordinance, sir. That was if we needed to produce an ordinance to get through the coastal commission, all that stuff, that would be 6 months.
No, I was talking about how often should we revisit
Oh,
this
sorry,
subject?
sorry.
Alessandra had suggested 6 months.
Everybody good with that?
Yeah.
Okay, that's your direction.
Yeah, I think we're good. And then how about direction on communication with the elected body of the water district?
I think we had 5.
Yep, you guys want me to just draft a letter?
Yeah, and you're doing it not just for us, but for the whole peninsula.
Yeah, absolutely. On behalf, and then I can have the mayor sign it.
And what you're pointing out, I think to Jeff's point, it's not just the low income,
Correct.
it's the whole thing.
It's to fill our 349 unit
Yes.
RENA requirement. Yes, understood.
Plus reserve some for municipal. needs.
Absolutely,
And it's
yeah.
not just us that's doing that, right?
That's right.
There's a lot of those projects going on.
That's right.
And it's shocking that it hasn't come up and been an issue so far, but.
Okay. Yeah, I got
Good
direction.
for us
Thank
for
you.
doing it.
Thank you.
You know, it's good that we had this discussion. Is this discussion going to go back to the planning commission to have their interpretation before we take action, or?
I don't know if we need to.
I just always like to make sure we're including,
We'll report out to them.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, they put a lot of work into what they do, and I don't want them to think we're doing their job.
No, I don't believe that's the case here. We're definitely squarely in policy land right now.
Okay,
Yeah.
okay, all right. Anything else? Anybody else have something to say before we close this out? Seeing none. Brandon, do you need any other things answered?
No, sir, thank you.
All right, very good. Thank you, everybody, for that discussion. And we'll move on. Number 6, receive preliminary funding feasibility assessment and provide direction on revenue options, including whether to pursue a potential 2026 sales tax measure. Looks like Jamie's getting up. Hello.
Good evening, good afternoon, Mayor and City Council. So, funding feasibility assessment and revenue options discussion. This is pretty quick, because actually we have somebody that's an expert, so you can hear some different voices, but I'm just gonna give a brief introduction while they're getting it up. So,
Yes.
the city council is going to receive a presentation about the various new revenue sources that may be available to the city. So I'm just gonna kind of tee it up for the folks that we have to give you a better view of this. Right, and so based on the information that we hear tonight, we'll be looking to the city council for guidance about one or more of the likely options. And in addition, we want to generate a conversation about the options themselves and what their timing might be. So here tonight is Ms. Maya Kitt from Civitas. They prepared a presentation for us. They're experts who do a lot of advising of municipalities. They've worked for the County of Monterey and also the Carmel hoteliers. So they've been here around town before. So I think with that, I'll just go ahead and turn it over to them, and then we can come back and talk through.
Thank
Great.
you.
Thank you so much, Jamie. I'll go ahead and jump in here. It's great to be here and giving you the presentation, Honorable Mayor and council members. As Jamie mentioned, we have been hired to conduct a preliminary funding feasibility assessment. We'll be going over the options that we have put together and just walk you through each of the statutory revenue mechanisms that are available to the city and rank them, of course, by feasibility, and then outline a few combination strategies at the end that we think will be most feasible to help you close your revenue gap. I'd just like to mention that this is a preliminary assessment. It's designed to give the council a clear menu of options so that you can decide which of them to advance into a further detailed analysis. My name is Maya Kitt. I'm an account manager here at Civitas. We are a full-fledged legal consulting firm. We are experts in terms of advising destinations all across the country on funding mechanisms available to them in their respective state. And so we're excited to share what we've discovered for you today. So just as I mentioned a little bit of the purpose of the report, I wanted to just kind of set the expectations on what this report does and does not cover. So on the left, you can see that we identify the legal mechanisms that are available to you in the state. We rank them by feasibility and provide the formulas so that your finance team can start running numbers and projections internally. On the right, you can see what is not included. This is more of a detailed modeling scope, or perhaps draft ballot language. Any kind of stakeholder outreach and engagement are not part of the scope. But of course, as we move on through the project, if the council decides to have us dig deeper into any of these mechanisms or a combination of them, we can of course provide these bulleted lists outside the scope in a different engagement. So that would belong in the next phase. And just as a caveat, this was prepared on a pretty accelerated timeline so that you can make decisions today. And again, if a deeper analysis is needed, we can flag those in the next phase. So just the quick key facts of the financial figures that are driving this analysis. This has all been provided by city staff. The central challenge that we know here is there is about roughly $100 million in deferred maintenance that we need to fund. This includes a 60,000 square foot building alongside the need for a new police facility. This was all mentioned in conversations that we had previously with the city. We know the city needs an estimated 6 to 7 million in new annual revenue. And we know that no single mechanism will close this gap. So there is an expectation to have a combination of a few of the sources that we identified today. As we know, Carmel is a general law city, which matters because because of this status, you're limited to certain options, particularly a real property transfer tax that we'll get into in the next few slides. And as you know, the November 2026 general election is the primary target for a few of these mechanisms, with willingness to use a second cycle as needed. How to read this presentation. So each mechanism in this presentation follows the same format, so you can kind of compare them consistently. There are 6 fields shown here: statutory authority, revenue type, bond capability, and feasibility tier. These will appear in each of the slides you'll see in just a moment. The revenue methodology section is especially important, as it's going to tell you and the finance team how to project the numbers under each of the mechanisms to provide the city council with estimates, which will likely come in the next phase, but at least you kind of have the menu of options here presented today. So as you know, we're not providing projections. The feasibility tier reflects our assessment of legal viability only, implementation, revenue potential, and voter approval threshold. So stepping into the first one, this will be a transient occupancy tax increase. We are ranking this as the first most viable option purely because it has the strongest legal basis. This is the simplest implementation path, and it requires only a majority of vote as it is a general tax. We know that the city already has the collection and infrastructure in place to implement this mechanism. And we know that the current combined guest-facing levy, the TOT plus your Carmel Hospitality Improvement District assessment, comes to approximately 10%, which is kind of at the lower end of comparable California destinations and is pretty well below what we see on the national average. National average of guest charges at checkout are now at 15.5%. So you're well below the national average and pretty below other California comparable destinations. And so there's room to increase without becoming necessarily an outlier. The key sensitivity here is, of course, hotelier engagement. Any increase is going to raise what the guest pays at checkout. And so you want to make sure that hoteliers are understanding how their rate compares regionally and what the revenue will fund. And then, of course, in addition to hotelier engagement, you, of course, will want to conduct voter polling, as this will go to a vote of the public. Moving on to the transaction and use sales tax. This is a local sales tax add-on. This ranks second. Carmel has exactly 0.375% of your district tax capacity remaining under the state's 2% cap. This was confirmed with our analysis of the California Department Fee and Tax Administration. and the Measure X statutory exemption rules there. So as you might know, Monterey has already placed an identical measure for the 0.375% on its June 2026 ballot. They're projecting approximately $4.5 million annually. We know that Pacific Grove is also exploring the same for their November ballot as well. So this mechanism gives the council regional precedent and comparable revenue data for consideration. Next on the high feasibility list are going to be your general obligation bonds. These are the only mechanisms on the list that provides that upfront capital for large projects like the police building. This is secured by an ad valorem property tax that sits outside the Proposition 13 1% cap. The challenge here, again, is going to be that 2/3 voter approval, so it's a little bit higher than the majority vote required under like the TOT or the sales tax measure. So again, polling before placement is going to be that standard practice. You want to make sure that you can kind of gauge support levels ahead of placing this on the ballot. And this is why, again, that combination strategies, which we'll get into kind of at the end, are going to be really important. Your general obligation bonds might pair naturally with the TOT increase or that sales tax, creating that recurring revenue stream to demonstrate your fiscal responsibility to service the bond debt. Next, we're getting into the moderate mechanisms in terms of feasibility. This is an option that we've explored. As you heard me say at the beginning, the city of Carmel is a general law city, so you do not yet have a conversion, or you do not yet have a charter. However, charter conversion plus a real property transfer tax might be a two-step process. The city would first need to adopt a charter by majority vote and then impose the real property transfer tax above the state cap. Both of these initiatives could appear on the same ballot, with, of course, that real property transfer tax being contingent on the charter's measure passing. A couple of considerations here, though. Carmel's high property value could make this a meaningful revenue source. As we may know, transfer tax revenue is inherently volatile. It fluctuates with real estate market cycle, and there's a critical risk factor here as a statewide initiative that is coming up in the Taxpayer Protection Act under the November 2026 ballot. If this measure qualifies and passes, it actually would prohibit charter cities from imposing transfer taxes above that state rate. So we'll definitely want to keep a close monitor on this ballot measure if there is serious consideration to pursue a charter city status in addition to levying this real property tax transfer. However, on this point as well, should you still want to consider adopting a charter city status, and it may not be the case that you actually go for the real property tax transfer initiative in terms of a financial mechanism, but at least gaining the status as a charter city as step one would at least open up the available mechanisms to you. You would have a lot more authority in imposing your own local rules when it comes to financing. So this is just an example of one of the mechanisms we could pursue. Under further investigation on a second kind of phase engagement, we might want to explore what there might be more in the sense of creating these more creative options that would be available to you under the charter city status. Next on the moderate feasibility, these are going to be your Melrose community facility districts and your enhanced infrastructure financing district options. These both offer bond issuance capabilities, which we know this is important for that police building that is going to be constructed. The Community Facilities District can directly finance capital facilities through a special tax, while the Enhanced Infrastructure Financing District captures a growth in property tax revenue without imposing any new tax. So it's capturing that tax revenue growth over a certain number of years using a particular financial year as a baseline. The Community Facility Districts requires a 2/3 vote. It's most commonly used in new development areas. So a citywide community facilities district in an established community like Carmel may be feasible, but it's rather uncommon. It would require strong voter engagement and a clear project scope. And while the Enhanced Infrastructure Financing District is attractive, we know this is attractive because there is no voter approval. It's just 3 public hearings. But again, however, in a built-out community like Carmel, the incremental property tax growth may be modest at best. So it's best to position yourself as a more of a complementary mechanism than, again, rather a standalone. Moving down the moderate feasibility list, the property-based business improvement district and parking mechanisms. These are both legally available, but have limited revenue potential relative to that 6 to 7 million target. So again, this would be more of a supplementary option, not necessarily your primary drivers like the ones that we identified at the beginning. A PBID levies, as you may know, a property-based assessment for improvements that confer a special benefit on the assessed parcels, on the assessed property owners. It would be separate from your existing hotel or hospitality improvement district, which is business-based, but they work very much the same. And you'd want to make sure that if you wanted to take a look in pursuing a PBID, we'd want to make sure that the deferred maintenance service options satisfy the special benefit test under Proposition 218. So we just want to make sure that whatever services are implemented that the city is looking to fund, we just want to make sure that that benefit nexus is satisfied in accordance to the law. Paid parking is one of the few mechanisms that can be implemented by ordinance without a ballot measure if it's structured as a regulatory fee. But of course, we may know this might be a very politically sensitive topic in a walkable tourism dependent village, and the revenue might be modest at best. Of course, with revenue projections, we'll probably have a little bit more information for each of these, but again, that would probably come in a secondary phase. Getting on to the low feasibility mechanisms that we took a look at, and just so you know, we really just did a full-fledged deep dive into the available mechanisms to you. So just wanted to give you a menu of all your options. So while these are low, we'll still cover them today. So these two mechanisms are ranking low because their revenue potential is negligible at best. It's relative to what Carmel needs right now. Landscaping and lighting districts are narrowly scoped to specific property improvements and require, again, that Proposition 218 property owner balloting requirement there. Your service fee optimization may be worth pursuing as a housekeeping matter to ensure that the city's fee schedule recovers the full cost of services. But again, it's incremental improvement. It's not a new revenue source that moves the needle on that deferred maintenance backlog that is really needed at this point in time. Last but not least, we were asked to take a look into the existing hotel improvement district assessment. And so the couple things I wanted to cover here, the funds, again, as you may know, are managed by Visit Carmel. They could be redirected to general city services like deferred maintenance, but there are 4 very legal and practical barriers to doing this. First and foremost is going to be that benefit nexus. So as you heard me mention before, under Prop 218, whatever the assessment funds must confer a specific benefit on these assessed lodging businesses. So generally, city services don't necessarily always satisfy this nexus. It can certainly be explored, but again, if that benefit isn't found to be generated on these assessed lodging businesses in terms specifically to them and not necessarily a general benefit, then we might not be, that might be roadblock number 1. The second is the current management district plan. It allocates funds to marketing, admin, contingency, and collections. Redirecting any of these funds may be achieved in a modification process, but a modification process would entail hotelier support and an additional petition and approval process that again needs to be initiated by those hotels. And then of course, after they initiate it, it would be taken to the full front by that owners association, Visit Carmel. We did some preliminary looks into what would the voter thresholds look like in terms of support from these hoteliers. And we did identify that it would take the top 11 assessed lodging businesses to support a full-fledged modification via the petition process. So ideally targeting these, you may be able to get the support needed, but again, ensuring that that benefit nexus is met is going to be condition number 1 relative to the services. And last here I want to say is in all of this, you might open up a risk to the district if you're using funds for non-qualifying purposes that may expose the assessment to legal challenge. So it could very well be that, let's say you do get hotelier support, they do support city services, and you go ahead and implement them. If again, that benefit nexus or someone comes out and, pokes holes in the district, you are kind of posing a legal risk. It's not impossible, it would require a lot of strategic messaging and understanding of what do these services look like in terms of benefiting the hotels that are going to be assessed. And for that reason, we've ranked it pretty low on the feasibility scale. Here we have a table that summarizes all the 11 mechanisms that are ranked from most to least feasible. And of course, their ability to bond, as we know, that capital infrastructure building needs to be built. So this is kind of an easy one-step overview of all the mechanisms. We did explore a few combination strategies, and I will caveat this with these are just preliminary. There might be more combination strategies that we explore again in the secondary phase when we get more into the nitty-gritty details and go deeper dive than just the preliminary. But as you can see there, based on the presentation so far, there's no single mechanism that closes that 6 to 7 million gap. So we've identified these 3 options. Combination A pairs that TOT increase with your general obligation bonds. This is likely the most conventional approach for a tourism-dependent city that has that capital need, with the TOT generating that recurring revenue in cycle 1, and then the bonds providing that upfront in cycle 1 or 2. Combination B puts both the TOT increase and the sales tax on that November 2026 ballot together. Both being general taxes would require that majority vote. The question here is, of course, whether the voters or not would support these 2 measures simultaneously. So we'd probably want to do some polling to answer that question. And then last here, combination C would be that full package. You're doing the TOT plus the sales tax and then the GO bonds as well. This is just demonstrating that this new and recurring revenue would be in that first cycle to strengthen that city's fiscal position, and then, of course, voter confidence heading into the 2/3 bond vote. And again, these are just preliminary combinations. There might be more that are identified later in a second phase. Here we put together a table that identifies what data inputs would be needed for city projections. So unfortunately, due to the time constraints, we did not have time to really dive into what these projections would look like. But we wanted to at least give the city the data points necessary to start taking a look into what those projections could pull under either option. In terms of recommended next steps, we are recommending 5. First would be that near-term decision on whether to advance that sales tax measure to the November ballot. Second would be, after a review of today's presentation and the report that you have, would be to select maybe 3 to 4 mechanisms for a more detailed feasibility ranking and a more detailed analysis. Third would be obtaining the cost of that police building. As long as they're preliminary, I think that would help understand the budget projections a little bit in deeper detail. And then, of course, conducting the voter polling to inform both the rate setting and decision about maybe pairing both November 2026 ballots. And lastly, if the city does want to move forward, we would then prepare a second engagement to cover that next phase of engagement, which would include a more detailed feasibility. We could help you prepare a ballot language, implementation, more detail on timeline, or any of these mechanisms that I've presented to you today. We could take a deeper dive in, but that was a lot of information. That concludes my portion of today's presentation. I want to thank you for your time. And again, this is just to open up for discussion. We do have those next steps that we put together with your finance committee, but I welcome any questions here at this time.
And Mayor, if I could, I think Jamie has a little bit of a, you have a couple slides, Jamie, to wrap it all up?
Yeah.
Okay.
Put it-
And then we can make both Jamie and Maya available for questions.
Yeah, I think that'd be great. So, dramatic pause. Basically, what we did is we went ahead and took that last slide where she had, here's all the different options, and kind of grouped it into 3 columns or buckets like she has. There's high, green, moderate, kind of orange, and low, reddish. And basically, to kind of wrap that up to where we are, what we know is we're already talking about transient occupancy tax. That's on the agenda for tomorrow. So the main thing we're going to be talking about tonight is, do we want to put the sales tax conversation onto the list for us to discuss? And also there's this little thing about this hospitality district. That came up because there was an idea that, well, if you don't want the absolute percentage to increase, maybe you look within the existing percentage and share that revenue out a little bit differently. So that's what that was about. Just to touch on sales tax a little bit, basically this is the structure of what the sales tax is today. There's this little red sliver. It turned out, everybody thought that the tax was maximized, and some research found that that little red sliver of available, which is 0.375%, is not subject to the cap. So we're asking tonight, do we want to talk about that? If we don't talk about that, that is available. Some other entity could also come in and issue some tax measure and scoop that up. That cap applies to a bunch of entities, not just to us. And I think that's probably speculation. One of the reasons you're seeing both Pacific Grove and Monterey talking about it now as well. Now that we all know about it, we all know about it. So for tonight, basically what we were looking for in this agenda item is a determination about whether, based on all the information you just heard, there's a desire for us to look at that sales tax ballot initiative, because that's shooting for November. The time is really tight. And then the second thing is, based on the length of this list and all these different ideas, is there an appetite for us to do some more work, feasibility studies? What ideas do you have regarding the rest of that list and what might be available to us? So that's it. Any questions?
Questions? Let's start on this side. Jeff?
Thank you, Dale. I have a couple of questions for Maya and then a couple of questions for Jamie. Is Maya here?
Yes, I'm here.
One question, which I'm sure everybody knows I'm going to ask, is about paid parking. And you stated in your presentation that revenue projections are modest at best. Where did that statement come from?
This was just a general assumption based off of what we'd seen in other parking districts of your size. But again, the actual revenue projections we do not have, and I think would be the next logical step to take. And you can see that we put the essentially the formula to get to these projections in the last slides, and I think that would be my next recommendation for the city to do, to really understand what each of these mechanisms could pull.
So what we've heard in the past in my years up here have been numbers between like and I'm really not making this up, a variance between like $1 and $4 million a year. So $4 million a year certainly doesn't sound modest to me. Do you have a number when you use the word modest? Do you have a number that you were thinking about, or you said cities that are our size? What does the word modest mean in terms of a city that's our size?
I was thinking modest in terms of $1 million, but if you have a different those revenue numbers, I mean, you've been in experience more than I have, and I would lean to trust your projection.
Okay. My second question is about a public vote to issue bonds. So we haven't quite really started this conversation. We haven't really quite started this conversation in terms of our police station building. But in your materials, I want to make sure I understand this. In your materials, when you talk about general obligation bonds, you are talking about bonds that are assessed on our property tax bill, correct?
Correct.
So like we pay a park, a park district fee on our property tax bill, and this would be a bigger line item, like we pay $20 a year or whatever it is. So this would be a much bigger line item on our property tax bill that everybody would pay, everybody in the city would pay every year for 20 years or however long we set it up to be.
That is correct. And one thing I would like to add for the general obligations bond, that is correct for those. The parking business improvement district mechanism that PBID does also allow for bonding. And if it was the group of property owners' decision to pursue something like that in a partnership with the city, then that would be just contained to the area in which that property district existed in. So it wouldn't be citywide like
Okay.
the general obligations bonds.
That's helpful, thanks. Very helpful. Is the city, can the city issue bonds without, and just pay for them out of revenues, our three primary and other revenue streams? So the way that you're talking about is a property tax, is a bond that's paid for via property tax revenue, so it's sort of secured by property tax revenues. Can the city issue bonds, general obligation bonds, and just say, hey, we want to issue some bonds to pay for our police station? Can we just sign up an investment bank and do that and pay for it out of our general fund revenues?
I believe so. I don't think any of these one mechanisms would prevent you from making that decision on a city basis. I would just want to make sure that you have general bond counsel. We aren't bond counsel.
Sure, I understand that. So in your experience, like between those two, like bonding mechanisms, one secured by property tax and one secured by just the revenues that the city has, would the interest rate that we would pay in the market be different on those two, or do you have any feel for that?
That's a good question, and I unfortunately do not have insight on that.
Okay. And then you talked about on the Local Taxpayer Protection Act, you talked about an above the cap transfer tax. Does that mean that, so the normal transfer tax is, I think, like 0.11% or something like that, correct? Or the highest one. So if you, does above the cap mean that we could not, like, let's assume for a second that we were a charter city. Does above the cap mean that we can't go above 0.11, we would not be able to go above 0.11 at all? Or does it mean we couldn't have like graduated tax rates so that like houses less than $1 million paid 1%, one rate, and houses between 1 and 3 paid a different rate, and houses above 3 paid a different rate? Does it mean that 0.11% is a fixed rate, or that we can't do that step strategy stuff?
That's a good question. I'm not sure the answer to that, but I would assume that you would be able to do a tiered structure so long as none of those tiers go over the cap.
With the cap being 0.11%?
I believe so.
1.1.
0.1.
1.1, I think.
1.1.
Yeah, 1.1.
Let me go to my slide.
I think it was in there.
Yeah, I'm mostly asking about, okay.
1.1 per $1,000.
1.1 per $1,000, so it's basically
0.00.
0.11%. So
There you go.
so basically, like, if my memory serves, like the cities of like San Francisco and LA are talking about transfer taxes in the range of like 2% or more. So a 2% transfer tax is like 1.9% out of compliance. So if this measure made it on the ballot and then passed, those transfer taxes would basically be like eliminated altogether. Is that right?
I think so, unless there's some grandfather provision in there.
Okay. And then I have a question for Jamie. Thank you very much. Those are very helpful. So I have a question for Jamie. You put up the pie chart of sales tax revenues. Can we go back to that?
Yes.
I think it was like the last slide.
It was, you have to speak for that.
That one. So you have this little red thing that says available, and there was a bit of chit chat about how someone else might come in and take it. You know, with respect to the city of Monterey and the possible city of Pacific Grove, who are they worried about coming in and taking it? Like, is it one of these agencies that we've listed on the left, or is it like some goblin from somewhere else, or?
Well, you know, I think just to help us understand that, see, this is, a consultant actually told me that because I hadn't thought about it. This was TAMSI. So, I mean, that's what that slot was filled by, that we just found out wasn't subject to the cap after all. So, you know, I don't know what the complete universe of potential agencies is that has the ability to issue. I just know that consultants actually advised me that this is what other people are looking at because other agencies can. You know, if we're the first to the gate, you know, maybe nobody else is behind us and the race is just us. We don't know.
Do you think, so I'm looking, as I sit here, and I see you getting ready to talk, Brandon, as I sit here and look at it, I see those two big things that say county. Are we worried about the county coming in and taking the spot?
I think we believe it's a reality that anyone who has the right to put a sales tax measure forward could do it. I don't think we're worried about any one agency more or less than the other. I mean, it could be MST, it could be the county, who knows? But it is the fact that that is an available cap, available slice of the cap now in sales tax.
So it's just like some goblin out there waiting to come in and gobble.
A goblin who has the authority to tax, yes.
Okay,
Yeah.
thank you.
Sandra?
Thanks, Mayor. Maya, thank you for your presentation. I had a couple of questions. One is, with a charter city, there's also the possibility of a vacancy tax, and I was just wondering why that wasn't brought up. Is she still here?
Yeah, I'm here. I'm not familiar with the vacancy tax. What is that?
Homes that are not used, it would obviously involve creating, you know, a department or somebody under some city office to keep track of people who are not living in their homes, and then that they could be taxed, and potentially that money could either go to a housing fund or some other fund. So I was just wondering why that was something that was not brought up.
If that's an option that is granted to charter city status, the reason for that is because we did a full-fledged look into what is available, and then when it came to the charter city status, because it is a kind of a to be determined option, you would need charter status city first in order to pursue any of the options that we were recommending, and due to the time constraint in looking up these mechanisms, we just wanted to at least provide the charter city status as an option, one option with that. And unfortunately, we didn't have enough time to look deeper into what the other options might be under charter city status designation. But under a second phase, we'd be happy to dive deeper into what might all be available if you were to pursue charter city status.
Because I think, Councilmember, if I might correct me if I'm wrong, where really the exercise was looking at what the state has right now on the books as far as state laws for municipal governments like ours who are general law cities. That was the exercise. What can we do in the short term? If we were to become a charter city, I think that's a much bigger list, enabled by other codes and statutes. So that would be a deeper dive.
Got it. And of course, if we want more information, it certainly would be helpful to get revenue projections on all of these so we get an idea of how much money we're talking about. Another item would be with the charter city, if there is the real estate transfer tax, is whether the buyer pays or the seller, or it's up to us to make that decision. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, and then my third question is on the enhanced infrastructure financing district. Is that also something that you have to be a charter city to do?
No.
It's not? Okay, thank you.
Bob?
Thank you, Maya, for your quick turnaround, because we interviewed Maya 2 weeks ago. So that was pretty good. Actually, my only question, one point is the statement was made that the current combined lodging tax, TOT, is 10%, and I believe it is 10% plus the 2%, so really it's 12.
Correct.
Okay. Today, so 10 of the tax and plus 2% for the improvement district, really plus a little bit because they also
1/4% sales tax.
Yeah. So it really, my question is on enhanced infrastructure financing district. I think I understand the Melrose Community District as kind of a classic metro district that a developer would use and sort of vote onto themselves when they own 100% of the property. But I didn't understand the enhanced infrastructure financing district and, you know, your comment about how it's funded by incremental property tax increases. Can you give me a little bit more of a primer on that?
Yeah, definitely. So the idea is that under this mechanism, it's betting on the increased value of property as a result of improvements in services or infrastructure made within a defined area. And so you would use a baseline year. Most typically, it's the previous financial record as your baseline for property tax, and then project onto, as a result of these services that are implemented by the city, or if there is a capital infrastructure project happening, or the police building, something that would kind of trigger an increase in property value and therefore increase property taxes for years to come. It would capture whatever that increment is above the decided upon baseline from the year before, and then those increments of tax growth would be then dedicated to pay back the services or the infrastructure or anything else that is under that kind of a district.
I won't go too deep on this because it's just maybe my confusion. But to me, every year, the county knows what improvements have been made to properties in the city, so that is reflected in our annual property tax. I mean, if I did a remodel that was, $500,000, the county knows that and increases my AV by $500,000. So I'm struggling trying to understand how this is any different from that.
I guess it wouldn't necessarily be tied to your own individual property remodeling. It would be a city-led initiative. So whether it's a city-funded new building in the area that is going to make living there more attractive, something of that nature, rather than individual properties making improvements to their homes or things like that.
Okay, that's enough to make me accept that it's moderate feasibility at best. Yeah.
Yes.
Got it. Thank you.
Hans, please.
Yeah, Jamie, I just had a question for you. Maya, thanks for your presentation. I think the lead-in, you said you wanted to know tonight about whether we wanted to proceed with, putting a sales tax increase on the ballot. Is it really tonight, or do we have a month or two? Just give me the actual timing.
Oh, that's interesting. So the closer you get to, I think we've talked about ballot initiatives and we'll talk again tomorrow night. There's a deadline that's pretty far out there. You can wait till that last day to put it on the ballot. I think it's August, first week in August. So tonight's not it. But if you want to be prepared and get the community prepared and do all the work around it, right now the experts are already saying that it's kind of too late to do to take people's pulses and go out and ask questions and stuff. So we're already in that working time frame. If you want to go out and work with your community and get them prepared, see how they're feeling about it and proceed in that way. So but legally, we have time before we have to put it in the ballot work papers.
I think, Councilmember, really look at this more like how we treated the TOT. We came to you, we said, is this something you're interested in? If you say yes, then we'll go away, we'll work on draft language and come back and it'll be another conversation. It won't be finalized.
Yep.
Thank you.
You're done? That's it? Wow. Back to me already. What's the sales tax right now if you buy something in Carmel-by-the-Sea?
I believe it is 9.25.
So you're showing that we have 0.38% available, but you need that in order to get to 9.25. So
Yeah.
what are you asking us for?
It would actually be an additional 0.375.
So it's then going to go to 8, it's going to go to well, whatever that adds up to.
9.5.
Because you don't show that
9.6.
anywhere. You don't show what the rate would be, right?
Yep.
It'd be 9.67? 9.63, correct? I'm reading that right? All right, and then if you're at a restaurant, we're already charging them 0.25% more because of the CHID or the CRID. So now we're gonna, our sales tax rate will end up, at a restaurant would be almost 10%, 9.88, correct? I'm just.
Correct. Rough math.
So if we do this increase, we're up to 9.63 and at restaurants, 9.88. That's what you're asking us,
Correct.
okay? But we don't know the likelihood of somebody else stealing our 0.38% yet.
Correct.
And we probably never will.
Until
Until it
something comes up.
happens. Yeah.
But it can happen, and it's probably responsible for us to get it before anybody else because it's a lot of money, right? What is it, $3-4 million a year?
Yeah, we
3 million
conservatively,
anyway.
we said 2.5.
Yeah, so still, in terms of meeting our goal, it's significant.
It's significant to meeting our goal.
Okay, there's one option that wasn't on here, and it's probably not be a popular thing for me to say tonight, given what just happened. And it's the one thing that's working in this town, is public-private partnerships, which take on different forms. One, you have developers use your valuable property to do something they make money on, and in return, they build you something. And there's different forms of that, I'm sure. I'm not an expert at it at all. But the other one is philanthropic investments, and that's what we're doing with the library. It costs the city nothing. You know, we could have sold a bond to pay for this, what's likely to be $20 million project, but somebody that wants to make a difference in the community paid for it. So I'd like to add that as one of the options, because we're not even talking about that right now. And there might be somebody that might want to sponsor the police station, who knows? Put their name on it. Again, there's different forms of that, so I'd like to put all forms of that and have a discussion about it at some point, because people are saying you should have talked more about it, so I'm talking about it right now.
So that goes to the second item on the list.
Okay, pardon?
The second item on the agenda tonight is future ideas for funding revenue.
Okay,
So
all right, I'm putting that down then. I'm ahead of the game. All right, well, all good questions all of you had, thank you. And thank you for your presentation, it was very, very good and got right to the point. Let's just start with Charter City. Public comments first, I'm sorry. We didn't do public comments, we just moved ahead. We got our questions answered up here.
Hello, Mayor, council members.
Good to see you.
Okay
Welcome
there.
back.
Thank you. I want to thank Jamie and Maya for what I thought was a very thorough presentation. In relation to implementing a local tax for revenue, one option is to levy a sort of parcel tax that can distinguish some properties as taxable under the scheme. My understanding is that the selection of a property district is typically geographic, based on zoning or based on land use code. I'd like to suggest a different sort of division, occupancy. Roughly half of the houses in our city are unoccupied. Taxing these would raise revenue and encourage their owners to either become full-time residents or rent their homes or ADUs, thus increasing availability of housing. Let's find out if this is possible. There is a simple test to determine into which category property falls. Unless there's a person domiciled in California residing there full-time, the property would be subject to the tax. This would effectively work the same way that our sales tax and TOT work. They largely tax people who don't live here, to the benefit of the community of permanent residents. It's a tax on empty houses, one of Carmel's biggest problems. I don't know if there's precedent for this sort of thing, which would basically function as a vacancy tax, but I request that the council direct staff, legal counsel, and the consultant who developed the initial analysis to give this sort of option consideration. I do have a question from the presentation about the phrase property owner ballot. Would such a ballot, I'm assuming this is a vote, would this include the owners of the roughly 50% of properties owned by people who do not vote here? Thank you.
Could you repeat once again what you originally called your concept?
I believe it'd be a sort of parcel tax, but the point is that instead of choosing a tax district, based on commercial or, whatever, you would base it on whether a house is occupied by someone domiciled in California. And I find this an intriguing concept because to be domiciled, and this is a legal term of art, and I'm not a lawyer, but to be domiciled in California, it basically means that you are registered to vote here and you file California tax returns, income tax returns. So if you, for example, own a home here, but you live in Nevada or Texas or Wyoming or wherever, you're not domiciled here. And so we're gonna tax your house as vacant even if you spend 182 days of the year here. You're not occupying it because you're not domiciled in California. There are other indicators, are your cars registered here? Do you have a California driver's license and things like that?
But it's state-based.
Pardon?
It's state-based.
Yeah, I think
Your
that,
concept is if you don't live in California, can we do some kind of?
right, and how do you
tax?
find out if someone lives here or not?
Okay.
You find out where they pay taxes and where they vote.
All right, got it. Did you get that, Brandon? Okay, good.
I have no idea if this is possible, but it struck me as another way to slice the pie.
Okay, very good.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else in the house? Mark?
I wasn't going to speak to the presentation, I was just going to speak to revenue in general, so I don't know if you want me to wait or speak now. Okay.
They're saying go.
Okay. Nova's going to put a slide out for us. Mark Watson with Passcode, speaking on behalf of the Innkeepers Association. And I'm also the person who introduced Maya to the city. I'm not sure how I feel about that after seeing number one on our list.
Thank you, Mark.
But, yeah, I'd like to briefly discuss revenue forecasting. Oh, first of all, good afternoon, Mayor and Council. The city's current projection, which you can see on the right-hand side of that graph, before the three lines at the right-hand side, you see actual TOT, and then in blue and the orange is the city budgeted TOT for that particular year. And on the right-hand side, the 5 points that you see,
Oh, that happens because we're trying to put the timer back up.
oh, sorry.
Just a second. Okay, we won't have the timer then.
Yeah, I'll be under 3, I think. Okay, so the 3 lines that you see on the right, so the orange line represents the city's forecasted TOT revenue. The blue line represents what the Innkeepers Association of Visit Carmel feel that line will look like. And the red line would be the orange line plus a 2% TOT increase, which has been proposed. So the city's current projection assumes about a 1.3% annual growth in TOT over the next 5 years. But historically, since the formation of the HID, TOT has grown at approximately 5.7% annually, even including COVID. And over the past 2 years, with reinvestment and upgraded properties, growth has been about 12% each of the last 2 years. So the issue isn't whether revenue is growing, it's whether the city's forecast reflects that reality. Because the difference in assumptions is not small. When you project 1.3% growth versus a historically grounded trend, the cumulative gap over the next 5 years exceeds $8 million in projected revenue. That $8 million difference isn't about performance, it's about the growth rate assumption. Exhibit F shows this clearly. The city's forecast tracks well below both actual performance and current trends, while a trend-based projection aligns with what we've consistently achieved. This isn't about optimism, it's about using the most complete and accurate inputs available. As you evaluate revenue today, I'd simply encourage aligning the forecast with demonstrated performance and current market conditions, because getting the growth assumption right matters when you're preparing your budget or considering a tax increase. Thank you.
Thank you, Mark. Anyone else here? Seeing none. I saw Shirley Moon online. I don't know if she
Yeah.
has her hand up.
Actually, there's somebody on the phone Phone number ending in 941, go ahead. The person calling in on Zoom, you can unmute yourself.
Phone number that ends in 941, are you there? If so, unmute yourself. All right, if they come back, we'll get them. All right, nobody else in house? Nope. All right, so we'll bring it back for discussion. Want to start? Bob, you want to start?
Absolutely.
Good. Start.
Well, I mean, I think the main question you're asking us tonight is, do we want to proceed with sales tax? I guess just my reaction to the presentation was, thank you very much. It's what Nancy's been asking for a long time, and I'm delighted to have it. I feel a lot smarter as a result of it. I'd kind of like to remind people where Jeff was going, that we need to verify this, but our Sunset Center bond is not secured by property taxes, right? It is just paid out of the general fund. I suspect that bond counsel will tell us that a bond secured by property taxes will have a lower interest rate because it's pretty much a sure thing, whereas one supported by the general fund will be riskier. But I think our bond rating is quite good. There is a path out there, maybe, that says maybe we can bond for a new building and not necessarily have to go to the voters for a GO bond. And I'm not saying that's the path or not. It's just, I think it's just getting all the facts on the table. Clearly, that would require more additional revenue coming into the general fund. I think the important part here, and is actually Hans mentioned this in our financial stewardship group. Let's remember that our deferred maintenance of $100 million includes right now a $39 million for that building. Therefore, 40% of our deferred maintenance is in and around that building. That bonding is part of this conversation, because that's likely the direction we would have to go for that building. But that would now also knock off a big chunk of our deferred maintenance. And I think you also got it right in terms of the high feasibility, moderate, et cetera. My thought is that we're gonna talk about TOT tomorrow, so we may as well just wait till tomorrow for that conversation. I would propose pursuing the sales tax because it's there, it's available. We need money, and I think it has a reasonably good chance of getting approved. I want to know a little more about how much it would bring in, and if the threat is real that somebody else will take it. I don't want to react because of that, but if it's there and if it's there, I think we should take it anyway. I've always been a proponent of being a charter city. It's too late to put that on the ballot in November. We have an election in November. The only certainty of that election is that Hans and I will still be here after November. And so we may have 1, 2, or 3 new faces here. So who knows where the next council will want to go on the topic of charter. I certainly intend to bring it up early in the next city council, because I think we need to be focused on getting that on the ballot 2 years from November, which can open the door for some other things if we need them somewhere down the line. So on the sales tax, yes. Thanks.
Jeff, why don't you go next?
I'll
put in my sort of standard plug for paid parking. I still believe that that's a, as Maya said, at least a $1 million source of revenue, which is not chump change. It doesn't require, it will not require a vote, except by the 5 of us. It would not, that money is targeted towards people who come here during the day. It doesn't, there are plenty of electronic systems that would allow us to not provide all or some leeway for residents to park for free downtown. It could be targeted towards weekends or weekdays or summers or not summers. I think there are a lot of flexibility in modern systems, and it could achieve both the goals of raising revenue and reducing the congestion downtown, which was pretty awful this past weekend, as anybody who was driving downtown knows. In terms of the sales tax, the thing that gives me pause is having 2 tax measures on the ballot at the same time. That gives me a significant amount of pause. Somewhat because I think we may have some voters that say, we're gonna have some voters that say, I don't wanna raise either one, and we're gonna have some voters that say, I'm willing to raise one. And I would fear that, both of the measures would end up with, let's say, 45% of the vote, and we would end up with nothing. So I think that the serial strategy, I think that I think that the serial strategy is a better way to pursue that. I also think that we did not, we put the previous sales tax increase was on the ballot in I think the spring of, I'm looking at Carrie, the spring of 2020. No, I think it was before COVID. 2020. I think it was right when COVID was starting. We had put it I remember having a conversation with Jan Reimers up here. We had argued about, that's not the right word. We had discussed the wording. We had sort of micromanaged staff's wording of the ballot measures, like late into the night at the last possible minute to get it onto the March ballot. And I think, I know I did a little door-to-door canvassing, and I know a couple other people did as well to promote that. So I'm a little bit wary of going right back to the voters, given that we did that what would be like 6.5 years ago. Oh, it's not enough money, and I don't think that the argument that a goblin is going to come steal our 0.3% is really a compelling. I don't think that is a compelling enough argument. Like, I don't think that necessarily adds to the case of promoting that. So I'm interested, but I'm really mad. I'd prefer to keep the focus where we are right now. I think that the bonding, I would have to see, back to the sort of police station and how to finance the police station. I think, Bob, you've already spoken, so I'll talk to you since that's easiest. I would have to think about, if I was going to make the decision about whether we would raise the sales tax and issue a bond against those general obligation revenues, or whether we would use any one of the sort of property tax-based measures, parcel measures, whether it's the sort of ad valorem methodology or the Melrose District methodology, which is like a flatter version of the tax, on parcels. The two are different. They have the same, the report said that one of them requires more voter engagement, and I don't really understand that. But I would have to see, I I would have to do some, I would have to see more work here on the dais to figure out whether one of those two property tax measures was a better bet than raising the sales tax or eating into our general fund revenues. I don't know. It's not clear to me which is the best one. And it's also, it's a little bit risky. It strikes me that it's a little bit risky putting the fate of our police station to a vote. I'm a little bit loath to, it may be, 0.25% lower, 0.5% lower, but it comes with a significant amount of risk. And I'm a little bit loath to have the future of our police station, which is so desperately needed here, to be put at the vote, to be put it on a property tax vote. Regardless of which sort of property tax measure we decided to pursue, even if we decide, whatever that might be. And finally, I think the charter city option is sort of intriguing, for the sort of flexibility it would give the city. But I don't think, I'm interested, I don't think it's a panacea to, I don't think it's going to give the city enough. I don't think that it's going to give the city enough's not the right word, as much flexibility in terms of dealing with our own affairs as what I hear sort of bandied about and, freeing ourselves from the tyranny of state rule, or however it is that little chestnut is always phrased. So the transfer tax is a great example of something that we used to be allowed to do, and maybe we would continue to be allowed to do it. But, a transfer tax is, honestly, the sort of the anti-property tax sentiment that we hear a lot, that's sort of bandied about, that's, this local control initiative for the state, and that we hear about, a lot in Carmel because the property tax values are really high here. Sort of people's reliance on their homes for retirement, that sort of awful system that we have here. When push comes to shove, a property tax, a transfer tax is nothing more than another property tax. And I think that, and Kevin Roos spoke about the vacancy tax, which I've talked a lot about in a past life, which is also a sort of a form of property tax. I think that they all face sort of the same headwinds. And they would face the same headwinds if we were in if we were in sort of a political campaign to try and get one of those things passed. And I worry about that. And I think what's often missed in the discussion about becoming a charter city is that there's a significant amount of work and community involvement that goes into developing this sort of constitution for Carmel. Right now, Carmel has a constitution, the general law constitution, that's sort of provided by the state, and we would have to write our own. And I think that the sort of political realities that the political reality that shows up at the end, which is on election day, forces a lot of really difficult, really complicated conversations in the 2 or 4 years that lead up to the development of a charter. And you end up, my fear is that you'd end up with a lot of things, everybody would have something in the charter that they would hate, and we would end up with a lot of no vote. I think that process can be a very divisive, very, very divisive process. And I think that there's a lot of sort of soul searching needed as the number of full-time residents goes down here. I think that there's a lot of soul searching soul searching conversations that will be needed before we would even decide to go down that road. And conversations that need to be made sort of absent the conversation about taxes. There's a conversation that needs to be had about the sort of makeup of our city and the vitality of our city and all those things. I think those will come to dominate that charter city conversation, and that can be a good thing or that can be a really bad thing. And I don't, and so I'm pretty wary of that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I guess I'll go around at the end and summarize what I think everybody said, if you could help me, Brandon.
Sure.
Okay. I sort of heard that as, could I have, before we go too far with this, could I ask a question? Because I was a little confused by Bob's comment about Charter City can't be done this year.
Just from a timing perspective.
So it's off. All we're saying at this point is we think it's a good idea. Let's do it next year.
Yeah, so the two things as a reminder for council, the two things we're looking for tonight is basically a green light, red light on the sales tax. Should we come back with a measure? And then were there other things that you want us to pursue for future years? One of them certainly could be Charter City, but some of the other property, the property assessments or any of those type of things.
Okay, so if I could summarize what I heard so far on the Charter City is, Jeff, I think you were a no?
Right now, I'm definitely a no before the election. for
Right
sure.
now, just, you don't, that's not a high priority. For Bob, you said you'd be willing to look at it.
I think I'm a no before the election.
Yeah.
There's no time
Okay,
between
so
now and November to,
I'm just trying to
It's a
get some
year
data. We're
process.
giving.
Yeah,
direction.
we're looking for direction. Let's just call it, after the election. So there's before election, sales tax, yes or no. After we get through the election and this year, put some earnest, honest effort into some of these other measures for coming elections in future years.
So you were, I think, a yes on that. Let's investigate it further.
yeah, we'll
Okay.
see what the next council thinks.
And maybe you're a yes to look further? Not you, not
Oh.
Jeff. I'm just trying to get this as we go. so-
I'm a definite maybe.
Okay, all right, we got that down. All right, go ahead, Alessandra. Sorry to bump in there.
Thank you, Mayor. Regarding the sales tax, I would be a yes for looking at it for this year. In general, I'd say that raising taxes such as property taxes through the GO bonds would be my least preferred and last option. We need to keep in mind that these require 2/3 of a vote by the public, and most members of the public usually don't vote to pay more property taxes, and we see the outcry that's already happening regarding the Carmel Unified School District GO bond issue. I would favor a more cautious approach to explore and exhaust options as a general law city, such as the TOT and the sales tax for the 2026 general election. See how much that would bring, assuming if they would be passed, and I am still hesitant to rush into becoming a charter city, in part because of all the extra taxes that a future council could try to implement. And also, I share a lot of the excellent points that Jeff made, is that this is just not something that you can rush into as a community. You need community input, you need involvement. It is a tremendous amount of work. It would basically really dominate everything that we're doing if it's something we chose to do that year or 2 years that it would take writing a constitution. And it potentially could be a very divisive issue, and there are things in there that people would like and things in there that people would not like, and it would be just a very difficult thing to accomplish. And another example, for example, if we were to become a charter city, that we would get tremendous amount of pushback from the real estate community regarding something like transfer taxes. There's also right now the statewide ballot measure in 2026 that could limit real estate transfer taxes as well. Okay, I've said some of this already. Okay, as far as the police department building, I think it's absolutely imperative that we talk to an expert on the municipal bonds, as we did with the Sunset Center. Those are something that would be paid for from the general fund revenues and not from property taxes. I'm interested in this enhanced infrastructure financing district, even though it might just be a modest amount of income that we could get. Partially because it's something that, it's something we could do as a council, and you don't need that public vote, and the difficulties that could arise from that. And that's it. I wanted to just sum up one thing. I know I said this during the strategic priorities meeting, but according to our housing element, we still have around a 30% middle class in our community that would be impacted tremendously if we did property tax increases, especially as some of those people are seniors that are on fixed incomes. And the last thing we would want to do is to create a situation where they would be forced out of their homes. And then that could most likely result in further hollowing out of our community with fewer full-time residents and more vacant and absentee homeowners, which is a huge issue, and I think it is something that we are going to have to address as a community very soon. So I'm definitely on board for looking at how big a problem it is and what we can do. I don't know if it's something that the government can do, but let's at least have a good conversation on that, because it is hurting us tremendously.
What about paid parking?
I'd say for now, I'm a no.
Okay. And so what you threw in the mix there for Brandon is the Enhanced Infrastructure Financing District, which hadn't come up yet.
Correct.
Okay. Got that, Brandon? Okay.
I believe also, Mayor, I heard a yes on sales tax.
I heard that too, yes.
And you didn't ask me on paid parking, I would be a
I'm gonna,
yes.
I'm gonna ask you, what do you think? Yes?
Yeah.
Further investigation?
Yeah, I'm pretty much right on with Jeff.
So we've got 3 yeses now, okay? Or 3, 2 yeses, 1 no. Go ahead.
Yeah, so I'm gonna sound like a broken record, but I actually think it's kind of important to establish like what number we're trying to go for. So again, $100 million in deferred maintenance. You know, this year the CIP budget has us spending $2 million that's not in that deferred maintenance category. So call it $2 to $3 million a year of that, because other things will come up, right? So now you're saying, okay, I've got a $100 million nut and we're gonna throw $7 to $8 million a year at it. You're already talking about 15 years or something, right? And so to me, that's kind of what gets me to, you know, like $10 million number, because otherwise the time span is so long that you have more deterioration happening and it just doesn't work. So you know, for a reasonable time scale to actually pay that down, that's where I come up with $10 million. We're got this 90-10 policy. So if you take by policy 10% of $39.5 million of projected revenue for this year, we start off with about $4 million to throw at CapEx just from our revenue. And so now that means you've got to come up with $6 million, right? That's where that number comes from. And so this is a discussion I think we've wanted to have for a long time, which is how do we get there, right? Like which puzzle pieces do we put together to kind of Tetris this thing to $6 million? So how do we close the gap? I'll do sort of a process of elimination. The general obligation bond, I'm pretty strongly against a property tax route on that. I think politically it's very, it would be pretty tenuous, and it falls obviously on residents. We've got a lot of retirees on fixed incomes, lots of folks that are house rich and cash poor. It's just not something that I think makes sense. What would make sense would be to have a bond that's backed by general fund revenue. Even if that means a slightly higher interest rate, I think that's just a much better option. And that the money to pay for that could come through some of these other mechanisms. Paid parking, you know, as Jeff mentioned, has virtues. Noticeably, you know, it's a tax borne mostly by day trippers, which is a nice feature. But I say I do start from kind of a place of skepticism. You know, there's something about a bunch of parking kiosks all over town that just doesn't sort of fit with my sense of the character of Carmel, and that's just my gut on it. I'd like to hear what the community thinks. It sounds like we will. You know, I think to that point, another downside of paid parking is that I think that we've seen that it's just one of these topics that becomes hugely controversial, and I think it's going to suck up or could suck up a lot of the council's time and political capital. The transfer tax, I hadn't thought about this, but it was actually pointed out in the report that a transfer tax is actually highly volatile. Apparently it's like 2 to 4x the swing of TOT and 4 to 8x the volatility of a sales tax. And I really want to make our revenue base more stable and not less. So I've soured on that one, or become at least a little bit more skeptical since learning that. So what's left? There's really 3 big ones. You've got TOT, you've got sales tax, and then you've got the possibility of basically reallocating money from operating expenses to capital expenditures by changing our 90-10 policy. And so we're gonna talk about the TOT, tomorrow night. I would say that, it's probably one that's like the least heavy lift in terms of, politically. There are some questions about the degree to which it disincentivizes hotels from renovating, but we'll talk about that. Generally, I remain, supportive. The sales tax, originally I was pretty skeptical about this because, I think it was 2012, it was like Measure D. We had our first like sort of homegrown sales tax measure, and then in 2019, or I guess 2020, Measure C, increased it from like 1% to 1.5%. So we've already raised it twice in, 15 years. And I've heard frustration from people who have basically said, look, like, we did this twice. You told us you were gonna pay for these capital improvements. You didn't. It basically, kind of went to feed the beast and got sucked up by operating expenses. And I actually think that's a fair criticism. That being said, I think, if we were clear that the incremental sales tax revenue would be devoted to capital projects, not on the ballot measure, but through council policy, I actually think that we could get support on that. I think this council has credibility with residents on fiscal discipline, and I think we could make that pitch. I'm actually like increasingly swayed by this notion of the fact that this amount of property tax just became available under the cap. And the notion that it literally was taken by TAMC, like that was the prior agency that took it, to me is kind of compelling. You could have the county take it. We often talk about how we only get 6% of our property taxes, like only 6% go to Carmel. Well, of the 9 and change percent that we pay in sales tax, we only get 2.5%, right? I think that, or 1.5%, I think that the opportunity there to basically, my sort of assumption is there's a cap on this. Eventually it's gonna hit that cap again. And I would much prefer that we share in that than another agency. Because as a general law city, we're so restricted, right? Like we only get 6% of property taxes. We only get X percent of sales taxes. I just think that's become increasingly compelling to me. And then, we'll talk about it, but, the notion of potentially reallocating some money from operating expenses to CapEx, you kind of need those three to count to the $6 million. I think the TOT number, the estimates, like at least in year one, and Mark makes good points about in the out years with the growth projections, but the first year is like 1.93 million, and then the sales tax, I think your estimate was what, 2.5 million? So now you're at 4.5, and then if you had some level of reallocation, changing from 90-10, that gets you closer to 6 million. So there's like a feasible way to count there. I think you raise really good points about the challenges of trying to do two of those things in the same year. It's sort of like you go for guns and butter and you get neither. And I don't know the answer to that question, but I'm definitely in favor of continuing to explore the sales tax one so that we have options. We can do one or the other or both or neither, right? So let's at least have that option. Yeah, am I missing one of the questions I was supposed to answer here?
No.
Okay, thank
I
you.
think that's great. Very well said, Hans. For those of you who haven't been following it, I've been getting some emails from watchdog groups. The school district is considering a pretty large bond, and it's gonna hit our property taxes. The number I saw was $35 per 100,000, which, is $750 to $3,000 or $4,000 for those that live here. So if we were to try the property tax bond, we'd be piling on top of that, and that's not gonna be good. So, I think you would all know, given my vote on the occupancy tax or the TOT, that I would go for the sales tax. I'm in favor of that. It sort of pushes our sales tax up pretty high, but everybody else is gonna be as well. And it also produces almost $3 million, so it's at least $1 million more than the TOT tax. And if we're gonna pick one, I'd pick that one. But it's sort of sounding, Brandon, that the majority here doesn't like the idea of both taxes. Am I reading that right?
What I heard let's put both, let's move forward with both measures. And it sounds like perhaps what we're being asked to do from council is to do a little bit more research, maybe engage somebody who can give us a sense of what two measures looks like in our city specifically. And start to read some temperatures perhaps on what that looks like.
Yeah. I've been for, and I'm for doing more investigation on Charter City. We'll find out at the end of the year what happens with the transfer tax. But the county, for those of you who haven't been following it, and I have, the county's talking about an extra 5% transfer tax. So now we're talking 6.1% every time you sell a house. Over 10 million, but now they're starting to talk about 5 million. So that's sort of a big deal as well. I like to investigate the enhanced infrastructure financing district. We've talked about that before, Brandon, for like sidewalk maintenance and, the things downtown to really beef up our maintenance downtown. And I think that's one of the things that's for. I think the other smaller, low feasibility things, no. In terms of the bonds, I know it wasn't a strategic priority, and I know it's not a popular thing, but I think we really, the residents of this town deserved to hear from somebody who can educate us like we did tonight on other options of unlocking some value in our highly valuable public property. I mean, Scout House, I've got people hounding me about the Scout House and the Flanders Mansion, we need to sell it. And I don't think that was a priority this year, but in terms of the parking lots, everything else, I mean, we'll find out what happens with the bond, but I think we should be educated. We haven't done it. People are saying you should have explained it, so let's explain it. Public-private partnerships and how that works and how that might solve our problem. Paid parking, I think there are options that are really easy to do and we haven't investigated them. So Brandon, I really would like you to come back, or whoever you're gonna assign the task, to really find out how can we do it without a lot of putting infrastructure all over town. I know Jamie knows a lot about this.
So one of the things that came out of your strategic priorities meeting was to come with a presentation on paid parking. So we're right now, I think June, Chief, he's been getting up to speed, going through all the old files that Euler did, former Chief Euler did. So we're on point to come to you guys in June with a presentation on what paid parking might look like.
And this isn't related to a vote, so we can do that anytime, correct? There's no time constraints on paid parking.
No, it's
except
completely self-imposed. Yeah, no state laws, no ballots, anything like that.
It's different than some of these other things.
That's right.
All right, that's great. Looking forward to that. All right, I think I covered all those things, correct? All right, you got everything you need?
I do believe we have the direction we need. We will continue forward and we will endeavor to have a draft ballot language to you on sales tax so we can continue that conversation. When we come back, we'll have some more conversation about the viability of two measures on the same ballot for you.
And tomorrow, we're going to talk about TOT to wrap this up.
That's right. We will be bringing you the draft TOT ballot language tomorrow.
Okay.
Talk about.
Okay. Thank you, everybody. Good job. All right. I'd like to break for dinner right now, 5:45. You okay with that? I know you'd say yes. That way we don't have to waste doing a bio break. We can just do it all at once. All right. So we'll be back 6:15. Everybody relax. We probably have extra food down there. If anybody's hungry, we'd be happy to share it with you. We stand adjourned for the moment.
We are in a recess, sir. Thank you. Not adjourned.
We're in recess.
We don't have to have kiosks. We don't, because we can take the cash at So I just want to keep in the back of mind that we have flexibility. So you have an option to pay cash, that's all the law requires. So, and so some jurisdictions do that. So, but I'm talking about all the different jurisdictions. You have to look at it. Yeah, that, where I'm seeing get it off of Ocean. Well, I mean, it's the thing, if it was just Ocean, it's so bad. I know. So, yeah, so Ocean, sometimes it's a lot, they're still close to there. Yeah, so City of Del Mar, did I email that? See, I'm not. So City of Del Mar, I was looking at their financials, they're 2 square miles, they're 3,900 people. They're on the beach over there. Their paid parking revenue is 1.4 per year. 4 million. Their citation revenue, 1.5. So it must, I think when you find a place to park in Del Mar, you don't move. That's
probably 12 years.
Thanks for the early dinner, I think that was.
I think so too. I'm not going to get fooled again. That's one thing I've learned in the last year. It always takes longer than you think. We're back in session. Thank you, everybody, for letting us have our dinner. And thank you, Nova, for getting us dinner. We're now to order of business number 7, consideration of funding for the fiscal year 2026-27 capital improvement program and direction on options for an accelerated street improvement program in the CIP. Ken Wasaki, our Public Works Director, is going to take it on.
First, Brandon's going to take
Okay.
the lead in the beginning here.
Thanks. I really wanted Ken to introduce me, so that was important to me.
Sorry.
No, I just want to take a quick minute to kind of set the stage for this item. We're going to do it a little bit unconventionally. We're going to try to break the conversation up into 2 chunks here. The first chunk is going to be the deferred maintenance list, which you saw at the previous meeting. It was attached to this item as well as an attachment. But this is the total list of deferred maintenance items that gets us to that, roughly $100 million number that we've been throwing around as a real issue that needs to be addressed. So that's what I want to do first. I'm gonna take the opportunity to put a spotlight on it. We're gonna be looking for questions, comments on it from council to make sure, one, that you understand the items, that you don't have any questions. I do want to offer a piece of clarification from the last meeting. Councilmember Drama, if I did talk to Bob Harari directly, I called him. He did confirm for me that his estimate before included all things. It wasn't just the buildings. Also, as a side note, he just got engaged this week in Italy. He proposed to his girlfriend, so I learned that as well. Yeah, they also happened to visit Chip while they were over there. So that was a little bit of a side note on this item. But I did confirm that, but I'm looking for other questions or comments or deliberations on this deferred maintenance list. And then part 2 of the conversation, after we do that, I'll kick it over to Ken and we'll talk about the CIP, which is going to include the full 5-year CIP and also a brief conversation about the roads options that we mentioned in our staff report. But for this part, I want to take an opportunity to spotlight the deferred maintenance list once again, because it plays a major role in how we constructed the CIP this year. It drives us towards that budget gap that we know that we have. Councilmember Buder had talked about the approach of a 90-10 versus an 85-15. This list is really a driving force in conversations like that. So with that in mind, I just wanted to put it up on the screen. You all had it as an attachment. Everyone saw it, hopefully. But I wanted to open for council comments or questions first. Probably more questions. Let's stick with questions. Is there any questions, concerns about this list? Is something missing? Is there something that you need clarification on before we go into the CIP? Because I think it's important to have this as a foundational document. So Mayor, with your approval, could we just have a quick conversation about this before we move on to the second part of this item?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. So council members, do you have any questions about this, or everyone understands it, feels good about it? No clarification needed?
I've got one. Could we scroll down towards the end when we've got Flanders and Scout House? And even maybe even First Murphy. I really still think that there's a lot more that needs to be done on those buildings than the amounts we have.
So that's a good comment, and we did receive that last time. I think one thing to note about this is these are deferred maintenance items. These are things that are needed to bring the building up to a state of good repair. The First Murphy House, for example, we maintain the roof on that. The roof is in good shape. There's no active leaking. We run the internal heater. And so we need to paint the building. Yes, we need to check for dry rot repairs and repair some of the pathways, but there's no identified project at this house. So I think perhaps maybe what you're thinking is the cost that it would take to bring it up to ADA compliance, to make it a usable, functional building, are certainly much more than this $22,000.
Right.
This is a deferred maintenance list, though, to bring the building up to a healthy standard. Same thing with Flanders Mansion and First Murphy.
Okay, that explains it, because I'm definitely looking at the bigger picture
Yes.
of getting them in a whole different shape.
Another good example is Flanders Mansion. If there was a world where we ended up with an RFP and someone came in with a project, certainly there's more than $120,000 of work. In fact, when the city tried it in the past, there was requirements for whoever took that over to put more money than that into it.
Right.
To bring it up to a livable standard. But this is to bring it up to a healthy sort of building compliance standard.
Okay, I appreciate that explanation. Thank
Yeah,
you.
you're welcome.
Another challenge, I believe, is if the project gets too large, you do trigger ADA and the whole
That's right, sir.
project massively changes in scope.
That's right. Any other, that was a great question. Any other questions?
Yes. So, two comments, well, two questions. One, above this, I think, on the page above forestry. Right there. It says, the number in the box says $1 million, but the total identified need is $3 million. $1 million for 3 years, so the math isn't right.
You're right. The number in the box is correct. The words, I believe, are incorrect because we did have quite a bit of catch up in recent years. I think we unfortunately didn't update the words on the side, so thank you for catching that,
Okay.
sir.
And then the streets above. I think this is sort of one of my, mental blocks. It says total identified $8 to $24 million to bring all streets up to a PCI of 100. And to me, that's not, to me, like, I'm not sure that, like, deferred maintenance to get all of our streets into perfect condition, like, some point, it's, like, it should be deferred, like, to me, it seems like it should be deferred maintenance to get our streets up to 50, I think is the number you use in just to use your number, in the CIP. 100, like, the difference between 50 and 100 is like gilding or regular maintenance or something, not deferred maintenance. And I think that the issue I have with the streets is we're sort of losing, sometimes it feels like we're sort of conflating like deferred maintenance on streets, which maybe are streets that are crumbling, with streets that have like one filled pothole or whatever it is. And so I'm not sure like what PCI of 100 means.
That basically means getting all the roads to essentially a brand new state. I mean, that couldn't all be done in 1 year, so you'd have other roads that would have
So,
deteriorated by then.
To toss your words back at you,
Sure.
a minute ago, you were talking to Alessandra about Scout House, like
sure.
getting the Scout House not into perfect state, but into sort of a serviceable state.
Right.
And I'm wondering why, like, given what you just said, like, why are the roads being held to a different standard than the Scout House, First Murphy House? And I think that, I think that this verbiage, like this way of thinking about roads is part of the reason that we have roads that are in really terrible shape, because this seems overwhelming. Like $24 million seems overwhelming until you think about getting it up to the number 100. Whereas maybe what we should be thinking about is getting it up to 50 or 60,
Right.
and the number would be less, and it would be less daunting, and we wouldn't have people like doing this when they see.
It's almost like what the next conversation is gonna happen in the CIP, because we agree
I'm
with
trying
you.
to get,
yeah.
like, you're gonna bring this back, like, you told us that this needed to be right.
Yeah.
And you're gonna bring this back to us over and over again, and I wanna get that sentence right, like, maybe it's right, but
Yeah,
I'm not buying it.
No, I think you're right. We need to do a little bit deeper dive on what that says and what the number is. So we'll look back at that.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you for pointing that out.
Isn't that what we're gonna do after TAMC does their survey and we develop some kind of model to
Yeah.
forecast it? That's a valuable process. I think we all agree on that.
Yep. Anybody else?
Yeah, I was just gonna say, I have the same exact comment. I completely agree on that. And I think the solution is whatever scenario we wind up with on the roads, just plug that in
That's
as our
right.
deferred maintenance number. Like, that's the standard that we're trying to achieve. The other one is, so there on that one, the Lord giveth and the Lord taketh away, right? So we gain maybe, I don't know, $8 million there, depending on what option we choose, right, on this number. But then one of the things here that strikes me is all of these things say plus soft costs. And I would like to be able to include soft costs, because obviously we have to pay soft costs as well. I mean, there's those are material. I mean, I don't know, you'd have to tell me 15%, 20%
15, yeah, somewhere in there.
project cost. So, I mean, I tallied, I think there's more on here, but it was something along the order of like $35 million of items where it says plus soft costs. So then you're thinking, well, maybe it's another $6 million. So again, we lose somewhere, like the order of magnitude kind of stays the same, but I think those are two areas to clean up. And my question is, just tell me why we didn't want to include soft costs. Is it because it's difficult to estimate, or just curious?
I mean, I think, yes, in general, it's difficult to estimate. We did our best at kind of going through this list in quick order and pointing out ones that we thought would have soft costs. But I think if the council's interested in having soft costs included in the deferred maintenance list, then we can go back through with a finer lens and do that. That's certainly something we can do.
Do soft costs mean personnel costs?
Permitting, contracting, all those things that add, between around 15 to 20%.
So is Shari a soft cost?
No,
It's design.
like design work.
Like anything outside, like not operating, like I'm operating.
Come up to the microphone so the people at home can hear you as well.
I'm sorry.
Both of them.
So soft costs, like earlier, mentioned earlier, is like the engineering, the design, permitting, public outreach, PR, and other kind of studies that we do, like geotechnical survey work. Those are the soft costs associated in order to build a design into a construction project.
Which is why you see some items that probably won't have a soft cost
So
associated
in a
with them.
minute, we're gonna talk about the CIP, and we're gonna talk about the scenic pathway, like the drainage on the scenic pathway, right? So what's the soft cost there? Like, what is we've spoken about like hiring a hydrologist or something. Is that a soft cost? That's like coming out of this year's budget or however it is that's gonna work. And so that's a soft cost.
Yes.
And paying someone to fix it is the cost.
Construction costs.
Seems to me that should be included in this.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm taking that from council, and we'll revise this list. So as Councilmember Buda pointed out, or I can't remember, sorry if it was Councilmember Barron, but if this is a list that's going to become sort of like part of the budget conversation on a regular basis, we should right size it as much as possible. So I heard you on both points. Thank you.
Public comment?
If the council's done it, yeah, it would be great to hear any public comment on this as well.
On this first part.
Yeah, and then we can shift into the CIP
Okay.
conversation.
Any public comments, Maria?
Good evening. I just had, I guess my mind works differently, but I have a simple point of clarification, because when I think of something that's called defer maintenance, for me, it's something that is going to be delayed with a certain factor of time, correct? So when you're deferring some maintenance, what is your time frame? That's my number one question to you. My second question is, it seems absurd that I have same item names identified in the budget CIP that's coming forward, and then I have some that are called defer maintenance here. So for example, streets. We have streets over there and streets here. We have the storm drain system and the storm drain system. So in my world, that doesn't seem to connect the dots until you tell me, okay, here's the real program management in me says, this is the items that you are agreeing to do with the CIP, and these are the ones that you're leaving behind, because those are the defer maintenance that you're deferring. And therefore, we can identify what is being left out. Because right now, you just have a little list with numbers that I don't know how they've been estimated, and at the same time, not a lot of detail to say, what is it that you're not doing in the CIP? So in order to correlate the two numbers, it will be easier if we put them in a comparison table or something. Does that make sense?
Yeah, can I answer that question, Mayor? That'd be okay. So I think actually what you're looking at is the deferred maintenance list are things that have been deferred in the past that we have not done. And so this is a list of things that we need to catch up on, basically, which is why you see the same things listed in the CIP, because that's the city taking action to do the things that are on the deferred maintenance list. So there's $100 and some million deferred maintenance list. We're gonna slowly be taking bites out of it every year. So these are not things that we're pushing necessarily off into the future. These are things we're actively every year going to be taking care of.
Okay,
So that's why
so-
you see some on the CIP and some not. When we get to them, they'll roll over to the CIP list.
And therefore, you will relate the number of your budget estimated here, but that defer maintenance.
That's right.
Because you were just asking Alessandra about specific actions, and it's like, well, that's only a little component of something. Therefore, how much of that million or number that you identify correspond to what's being done and what's being left out?
That's right. And another one of we haven't done it yet, and we're going to endeavor to get something built by the time we get to the end of this budget season. But we need to create a tracking tool that shows what we've done on the deferred maintenance list. We've started talking about that. If you look in the CIP right now, there's a designation of a D next to which items come from this list. So you can kind of start making those connections, but even that's not fully refined yet. We need to make sure that we're not, giving something a D credit and rolling it down to the bottom when 100% of that line isn't actually deferred maintenance, because there's some things that are overlap between regular work and deferred maintenance in the same category. So we're working on that.
Okay.
Eventually you might see something like, a thermometer in front of City Hall to show you how much progress we've made on our deferred maintenance list. But you take my point that
Okay.
we're going to be tracking it as well.
Okay,
Yeah.
okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Brandon, to add on to that, and Alessandra's point was good. It's really 150,000 for, I think that's what you were saying, for the First Murphy House, and that's what she's saying, same thing. If you're really gonna do deferred maintenance, you should do the whole thing on that report and then take the smaller pieces on the CIP. That's the idea I think I just heard.
Okay.
Okay. Go ahead.
Is the right time to make a comment about pavement?
Yes.
Excuse me.
I think Kevin, though, sorry, Mayor, I'm so sorry, this is a little bit out, but I think what we're looking for is just comments on this deferred maintenance list, if it's the right list, if something's missing. When we get to the CIP conversation, we're gonna be talking about pavement as an item.
Okay, perfect.
Yeah.
Hang tight for a few minutes.
Makes sense, thanks.
Anybody else? No hands up online, so let's go ahead and have.
Thank you, Mayor, for letting me take that little left turn there, but I thought it was a good foundational conversation for what these guys are about to talk about.
Did you introduce me? I'm just kidding.
Ladies and gentlemen, Ken Wysocki.
Hey, Brandon, can I just speak to that? So, thanks for doing that. Thank you, Hans, for, when we were earlier talking about revenue sources, always going back and talking about this. And I mean, and the theme is that this is the main event. We always need to, anytime we have any conversation about finances, you gotta start with this. And let's like enforce that amongst each other. Because that, what happens is we start to find abbreviations for it, and then we assume everybody knows what we're talking about, and we can't. We just always have to be disciplined and have that as the North Star, and hopefully show it go down. So, thanks.
Thank you, Mayor, council members. Today we're going to be talking about the 5-year capital improvement plan and also an accelerated CIP options. Next slide. Oh, I have it. I'm sorry. So the purpose of this presentation is to review the updated capital improvement plan recommended by staff. Also, what we're going to do is present a couple of options for a street maintenance prioritization for consideration. And then lastly, we want to seek your direction to finalize our CIP budget going forward. The agenda today, we're going to present an updated staff recommended CIP based on current information and council's prior feedback from our March meeting. I do want to note for council that the CIP before you is based on the best information we have today. As with any multi-year infrastructure program, conditions in the field can change, whether through new discoveries or unforeseen emergencies. As a result, this plan should be viewed as a living document that may be adjusted over time through council approval process to respond to those realities. Additionally, we're going to be presenting options to address all streets that have a pavement condition index, that's the PCI, less than 50. To have it done and accelerated in 5 years, to bring them all above 50, and the other one in 10 years. Now, that doesn't mean the streets are only at 50 or just above 50. Some will be at 100, some will be at, just above 50. It depends on the treatment that we do on those streets. So with that, I'm going to pass this on to Shari.
Good afternoon, Mayor, council members, members of the public, and my colleagues. So following up with Ken's introduction on what we're going to discuss today, I'm going to proceed on the revisions to the original 5-year CIP plan. So these modifications are refinements to the originally proposed 5-year CIP program, as well as updates to the proposed fiscal year 26-27 budget. But let me do a recap, first of all, on these changes from the previously proposed CIP, 5-year CIP. So some of the changes include scheduling on the CIP on the 5-year plan. Some changes include costs associated with the project, and there's also some minor changes in costs that staff has updated. So here are the projects that were modified in the original proposed 5-year CIP. Some of these CIP, as mentioned earlier, have their schedule deferred or moved earlier. Some of them have updated cost estimate, and one of the project has been put back as a carryover. Before I continue, I just wanted to echo the statement made earlier by Ken. While staff has adjusted the project scheduling in response to council's direction, I just want to emphasize also as an engineer that if staff identifies project that presents significant risk or require urgent attention, we might need to reprioritize this project accordingly. And in such cases, particularly when issues involve life or safety concerns, staff will promptly inform the council. We simply want to make sure that the council is aware of this potential need for adjustment as we move forward with these projects. So just to give you a little bit of an overview, a couple of these projects that were deferred are the retaining wall at Sunset Center that's been deferred to the next fiscal year, the City Shingle project, Missions Trail Preserve project, and then some of the changes in the cost include the PWP, the architectural design, which was reduced from 5 million to 3.5 million. We also removed the fire inspector vehicle under the fleet and equipment category. And there's minor changes on the micro seal paving project, which was increased by 25,000, which is now 600,000. The Piccadilly project or Piccadilly restroom project is now moved from 27-28 to this fiscal year 26-27. And then the sand ramp was increased from 275 to 400,000 to combine both design and permitting. And the other carryover that was not included in the prior proposed CIP is the shoreline infrastructure repair, which is a carryover from this fiscal year. And then the contingency increased from $549,000 to $600,000. So now moving on the option 1 revised 5-year CIP. So this option 1 is the option 1 is the refinement again of the original proposed 5-year CIP that was presented on March 24th. It includes again the changes that were identified earlier, either some deferment or change in costs or scheduling. It does not include the 5 to 10-year option dedicated to street CIP program to bring all roads below PCI of 50 to above 50. And it is a moderate CIP program that has a focus on addressing identified streets for rehab reconstruction and has a preventative maintenance project on year 1, but not on an annual basis because it was focused on delivering projects within the budget constraints and capacity constraints as well. But still, all the streets were addressing anything below 50 and increasing it to above 50, but that did not address all of it. So just to reiterate some of these changes in the 5-year CIP plan, as you can see in here, the scenic drainage improvement is now moved to the drainage category as requested. For this option 1, this is just a revision to the 5-year CIP, but does not include a street CIP category that involves a yearly project. So that's option 1. And then, I'm sorry, I'm blind. And then the last one is the Sunset Center as requested by council. It has been moved to the next fiscal year, 27-28. The next, so for the next one, these are the projects that were moved. Piccadilly Restroom was now moved to year 1 of the 5-year CIP. And the City Hall shingle windows is now moved to year 3. As you can see here, the PDPW Architectural Services has been reduced from 5 million to 3.5 million. And then in this last spreadsheet, the shoreline infrastructure repair, as mentioned earlier, has been put back in here. It is a carryover from the last fiscal year. The 4th Avenue outfall, which was moved from 28-29, is now moved on year 2. And then the Mission Trail has also been deferred 1 year to fiscal year 27-28. And then the last of the spreadsheet talks about the total of the projects. Once again, we have the grand total for each fiscal year, and we also have the number for the deferred maintenance.
I want to jump in for a second here. So this is a point again I made in the last conversation that we're taking some new approaches this year. We've got the D marker next to things that are deferred maintenance. We're trying to call it out at the bottom. But I do want to note that we recognize that the number in the blue line, it needs to be refined a little bit. There are certain categories we just went through where there might be some regular work that's being double counted as deferred maintenance. So we can't say for sure if that number is right. It's probably a little bit overstated, but we're going to continue to refine that as we go through the budget season and into the future. And this is just what happens, when you're doing new things. So I just wanted to point that out. That we're aware that the Ds are next to things, all of which might not be deferred maintenance. So thank you, Shari.
Thanks, Brandon. So I think I would just want to show you in this slide that in comparison to the last proposed 5-year CIP, the last CIP on the first year has about 12 million in total project costs with a deferred maintenance of about 10 million. So that accounted about 80% of the total CIP budget for that, for each fiscal year. So you can see in here, it's around 10 million now from 12. And then now the deferred maintenance is from 10 million originally to now 8 million. It still is hovering around that 80%. The deferred maintenance is hovering 80% of the total grand total. So it's basically similar in terms of percentage allocation. So now I'm going to move on. That was option 1. And so now moving on to option 2 and 3. So basically, based on council's feedback last March 24th on prioritizing street maintenance and an initiative of the Finance Committee, we're presenting tonight the 5-year and 10 years street CIP option that will raise all the streets to a PCI above 80. And I'd like to mention that we did the scenario of actually targeting a PCI of 80, about 80. So that's the scenario we're presenting to you tonight. So this is the spreadsheet that has the 2 options. On your left is option 2, which is the 5-year CIP to achieve roads with a PCI above 50, but basically a target of PCI 80. And that's spread out in 5 years. And option 3 is the same conditions, but trying to achieve that on a 10-year program. So as you can see on the left, the grand total is around $11.3 million. So Option 2 is a little bit more of an aggressive street CIP program. It is front-loaded with projects, meaning most of the street improvement construction work happens in the second year. The first year would be design. After that, the amount of work continues but gradually decreases over the succeeding years. This option includes an estimated amount of $7.5 million for street improvement and about $3.7 million for street preventative maintenance projects for a total of approximately $11.3 million. So keep in mind that these numbers are based on the street saver evaluation completed in 2022. A new street saver report will be completed by the end of this year, and the updated data might somehow change these estimates. So now with option 3 covering the 10-year period, it is a little bit of a less aggressive program for the street, but it still has achieved the same goal, elevating everything under 50 to a PCI about 80, a score of 80. In fact, both options 2 and 3 aim to achieve an overall network, like I said, a PCI of 80. To give a comparison of what other cities are doing, so I did a little bit of research. City of Pacific Grove has a current PCI of 55, and they estimate to have around $2 million annually for their preventative maintenance program. The City of Monterey currently has a PCI of 80, but they have invested around 4 to 6 million every year for the last 11 years to achieve that goal. So that's, and that's just for the street preventative maintenance. I believe that's different from their street improvement projects. So those are the two comparisons for side by side, cost-wise. It includes both soft costs and hard costs, but then, as I mentioned earlier, this is based on a 2022 report. So it might change this coming end of year with those estimates. Oh, and just to go back, so what I want to point out in here is that for a 5-year program, it's going to cost you around, from these estimates, 11.3 million. But if you do a 10-year program, which is less aggressive, it'll cost you about 16.6 million. And I'd like to use the analogy somewhat similar to like a mortgage, right? So if you do pay payments in, like, let's say 10-year, you will pay a lot more in the first 10 years. But when you spread it out to 30 years, you're going to pay less every year. You will pay at the end, but it will cost more because then you'll have to pay interest and inflation over the span of those number of years. But at the end of this, it will achieve, hopefully the PCI of 80. Just a note here that after 5 years and 10 years, you will still have to continue a preventative maintenance because you will not maintain 80 unless you do maintain your roads after this.
And Shari, can I just add a little piece of clarification for the council, because you and I have been working on this last time. I know what you're saying, but just to be clear, when Shari says a PCI of 80, there's two different things here. There's individual score, PCI score. So the approach here is every road segment in the city is above an individual PCI of 50. So getting everything above 50, which brings your network PCI score, or sometimes called like an average PCI, up to 80. So that's what we're talking about there. You see 50 on the screen, you keep hearing 80. I wanted to make sure you understood what that was.
Yes, thank you for that clarification. Okay, so now I'd like to walk through the comparison of the 5-year and 10-year CIP program that includes the alternative street CIP options. As you can see here, this is like the 5-year schedule for both the 5-year and 10-year CIP program. I mean, obviously the 10-year, we didn't have that extra 5 years afterward. Starting with option 2. So basically, it's the option above. The option to includes both the street improvement program and the street preventative maintenance program. Again, as mentioned, it takes a more aggressive approach, aiming to raise all streets currently below a PCI of 50 to a target of PCI of 80. I guess it's a global PCI score of all the streets. The improvement This improvement program is front-loaded, meaning it has a lot more projects in the beginning, with year one dedicated to design, as mentioned earlier, and year two beginning construction. Preventative maintenance continues annually throughout the entire 5-year program. And then, as you can see in the schedule, it's spread throughout. Every year you have a preventative maintenance program now, and then you also have a street improvement program with the design and construction, pattern in there. Option 3 also includes both improvement work and preventative maintenance, but is less aggressive and again spread across 10 years. Preventative maintenance in this option is more front-loaded and distributed evenly across the full 10-year. The improvement cycle follows a repeating pattern, like I said, design the first year, construction the next, and continues over the entire time frame. Even with this more gradual structure, option 3 still achieves the goal of raising all streets below PCI of 50 to a target of PCI of 80. Both programs share one key requirement. So again, as mentioned earlier, even after completing this 5-year and 10-year CIP, the city would have to continue an annual preventative maintenance, but it would cost you less because now you're maintaining, hopefully, global PCI of 80 rather than some streets under 50. This ongoing investment is critical to maintaining the improved conditions and keeping the PCI above 80 moving forward.
And Shari, before you move on, just to kind of put a fine point on this for council, the idea of these options, option 2 and option 3, is that these are essentially like building blocks that you can lift off to this page and you can insert into the full 5-year CIP that you're looking at. The numbers across the bottom, the yellow and the blue, that's what the inserted block does to the total at the bottom. So you'll see that the numbers in the first year are roughly the same, 10 million, but they start to differ as you go down the road. But that was the notion of these two things. These are options you can pick up off the page and put into the CIP and change out for what we currently have proposed.
Okay, thank you. And so that is, so in conclusion, the staff requests council direction on the following items. So whether to proceed with the refined original 5-year CIP program or to select one of these two alternative street CIP options. And also we'd like to seek your direction on whether to retain, remove, or postpone or defer any of these current projects included in the staff proposed CIP plan. And that's the end, and we're welcoming your feedback and questions. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Hans, do you have any questions?
I do. Let's see. There on page 112 of the packet, there's design listed for the design cost listed for the various road plans. Yeah. And option 1, which is basically the status quo, has a design cost of $500,000, and then option 3, which is the 10-year program, has a design cost of $200,000. These design costs, are these for like year 1, basically? This is for 26, 27 design costs?
Are we speaking about the 10-year program? The one with the option 3?
Yeah.
Okay, so on the street improvement project design.
This right up here.
Oh.
So that's basically saying that's the cost for design in year 1?
Yes, this is for this fiscal year 26, 27.
Got it. Okay, so it's lower on option 3, presumably because it's gonna be
It's spread out, yes.
Got it, okay. And then in a similar vein, if you go to page 123 of the packet, yeah, that. The only question I had on this was the preventative maintenance. So if I have a situation where we're doing the work faster, presumably the quality of the roads is going up faster, which is the 5-year version. shouldn't the street maintenance, the preventative maintenance piece be lower there than in the 10-year option?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that question? Are we talking about option 3?
Yeah, well, I'm kind of comparing them. So in the chart on the left, we are going gangbusters and trying to basically improve the quality of roads quickly. So that the average PCI score is rising much more quickly. Shouldn't the preventative maintenance cost per year be lower in that scenario than a scenario in which we're doing the work more slowly?
So I think how I differentiate in here, the street improvement actually includes projects that are a little bit more major in construction costs. It's the reconstruction or rehabilitation, like a mill and pave work like that, or AC work. The street preventative maintenance are treatments that include microsurfacing and microseal, which are, I guess, less in cost. And so those are kind of two different projects. They differ by the type of treatments, basically. So we get aggressive on the street improvement on the 5 years because we want to tackle more the projects in the first year and it goes down. But on the street preventative maintenance, what we did was it's really an equal amount of cost that we kind of distribute or allocated every year. The reason why it's increasing in a way is because we inflated it. Because as years goes by, construction cost just goes up. So that's what the assumptions and condition we put on the scenario option 2.
I'm not quite following the logic, but do you understand my question?
I do. Well, I think just from and Shari, maybe check me if I'm wrong on this, but I think what the council member is asking is, if we're doing more in the 5-year plan, and getting the roads up to a level where they are in really good shape, why are we spending more on preventive maintenance? But what I think the answer might be is that by year 2 and 3, we've actually brought more roads forward that are at the point now all we have to do is maintain them and like this preventative maintenance. So there's actually more roads potentially that we have to do preventative maintenance to that are at that point because we're not doing major repairs. In the 10-year program, there's still several roads out there that haven't even been touched yet that don't qualify for preventative maintenance because they're not at that level. So as we're fixing more roads, getting them back to a PCI of close to 100, then we have to shift into doing the preventative maintenance each year. So the number of roads that require preventative maintenance increases faster in the 5-year plan than it does in the 10-year plan. Yeah. That's how I would, I'm just imagining that's what the reason is, but.
It kind of is, but then they also address different kinds of street conditions. So the first one, the street improvement, again, talks about a little bit more of the worst streets. And then the other one are more, I guess, like there's cracks that let's say we just have to do like a micro seal to elevate the condition and then maintain it so that it wouldn't go below 50. So,
yeah, that's fine.
Yeah.
I think it's something to just kind of double click on because it just looked fishy to me. But the other one is, when I proposed these scenarios, we had the 3 components, right? We had nothing below 50, average PCI score of 80 globally, and then the third component was best management practices on preventative maintenance, so like the micro sealing at a regular interval, like every 5 to 7 years. So does this include that? Is this assuming like for $400,000 a year, you're telling me that I can do preventative maintenance on every applicable street in Carmel at a 5 to 7 year interval?
So when we did this scenario, we included all the streets under PCI 50. So I believe there's like 47 streets identified from that 2022 report. So that's addressing everything right now under 50, and then having a global PCI, like you said, of 80. So we do that by doing the option 2 and option 3 was what we did was we just did a yearly maintenance and not the every 5 years only or every 7 years. So
I'm not quite following that, but does it include? I'm also, I don't know if Marissa and Ken, you guys are involved as well. Does it include hitting every street that needs preventative maintenance at those prescribed intervals?
Yeah, it's an estimate, remember, out year, what might fall. They will fall below a 50 at different intervals based on use and current.
But it's not about whether it falls below a 50. This is preventative maintenance on all the roads, right?
Right, to
This-
keep
this
them
inc-
above.
This includes a schedule of preventive maintenance and
Correct.
best practice.
Yes, it does.
level. Okay.
Yes, it does. And as you asked those three scenarios, it does the raise everything above 50, but it also, to do that, what we found, the score in the system says if you do all that, then your overall score will be an 80. So it achieves two things at the same time by bringing everything above 50. And
Yeah, I know, I see that on the taking the stuff up from below 50 but my question is really about this. I'll be honest with you, right now, we're spending $1 million a year on average, on roads. And, the typical spread has been like 60%, like we had this conversation with Rob, 60% preventative maintenance, 40% more hardcore street improvements. 60% of $1 million is $600,000. We have not been anywhere close to doing the appropriate amount of deferred maintenance or of preventative maintenance at the right intervals. Like, we've run the numbers, like it's not even close. That's $600,000. This thing says we can do it for $400,000. And so there's something about it that,
When we can, like you said, we'll double click on the numbers a little bit more, but I think the reason that number changes is because you're going more aggressive on getting the streets up to a higher level.
yeah, it was more, I guess it's a comment at this point, but I have some suspicions that
Okay,
those numbers are.
we can refine it, because we're gonna bring this back with us, whatever you guys tell us to do, bring it back with us for the draft budget in May, so we can have the answers to those questions for you in May.
Yeah, I think my point is basically it's a critical, one of the things we're trying to do is prevent deferred maintenance in the future. And so there's a few goals. One is Jeff's point about we don't want any really bad roads. So we achieve that with the 55. The average is helpful. The other piece is, we don't want this accumulating deferred maintenance, and we want to get to it at the right point in the deterioration curve. And so, I want to make sure it has that third prong of actually having the best management practices for the right intervals. And when I look at it, I don't have confidence that that's the case.
More on questions, right? Have you factored in the concrete roads with any precision in terms of, what impacts they have on both cost and timing?
I don't necessarily have done each individual one, because these are numbers spit out by the program. So, we do have some streets Ocean Avenue. We've done a reconstruction of that street just this fiscal year. But yes, anything, all types of treatment are actually included in that scenario. So from overlays to CIP, to microseal to reconstruction, that's typically a concrete reconstruction. So they're all included in there. And those pricing were based, just to give you a little bit of a background, I guess, what I was told was the cost estimates are based on bid summaries from a lot of the cities around here. So if you have a 2022 report, those bid summaries came from 2021, 2020, so they are a little bit outdated, and so that's why we try to inflate these numbers, but these are not the latest numbers, and that's why when I say that these are estimates at this point, there's going to be in a few months a new updated one. But that will include, what you said, is anything PCC reconstruction.
Okay. And this is questions on CIP as well, right? It's not just on the pavement?
Yes.
That's right, yeah.
I don't have a printout. Where did the 4th Avenue outfall end up?
So the 4th Avenue ended up on the second year. fiscal year
So
27.
you push design out to 27, 28.
The design, yes.
900,000.
Yes. But there are some already work that's kind of currently being done. So we just finished the geotechnical study last week. And so that's just understanding what's the layers underneath that. So again, that was completed like this past week.
Okay, that's the only questions I have.
Go ahead, Ally.
Thank you. Thank you, Sherry, for your presentation. I've got a couple of questions. The first one is actually for Jamie, and this is things that I've asked Brandon during our one-on-one sessions, and so I thought these would be helpful for the whole public to know. And then I've got some for you coming up as well. So this is just a question because all of us, our memory maybe has faded a little bit. So when we did the previous police department project, we had $3 million set aside, and we spent $300,000 for the previous architect and between maybe $150,000 to $200,000 for the consultant. And then we did some emergency safety repairs on the police station to address the most pressing things that had to be taken care of. So the money that's left from that $3 million, did we put it back to the general fund, or do we still have that to be able to transfer for our new PD project?
So the question you're asking is specific to the end of the fiscal year 24-25, which we just closed off. My initial understanding was that we thought all of the emergency repairs were done and that all that money then flows back into fund balance and is no longer reserved. I will tell you, a little bird has told me that they were just doing some work just recently. So those are invoices that we potentially did not anticipate coming through. So we're going to take a look at that and see. That would be additional capital spending in the current fiscal year that we hadn't carried over for. But it's not material, that's what I hear.
It's probably not a very large amount. Okay.
Right. So it should be mostly done. So of the $3 million, most of that did flow back into ending fund balance. So it's now available for us as we do this year's budget process to identify what those needs are. And in the capital projects tonight, that $3 million is a fresh start just on architecture. There's no discussion as of this moment for any more of those old emergency repairs.
Got it. Thank you. Appreciate that. Okay, then I've got a couple more for Sherry. And you weren't here for this last year, so maybe Brandon might be able to help on this one. So I remember that we put aside updating the electrical vehicle chargers for the Sunset Center North Lot. And I believe we transferred it over, but I don't see it anywhere in any future thing. I know we've got the Vista Lobos electric chargers, but I don't see the one for the North Lot of Sunset. And I was wondering,
I think I'm gonna give that either to Brandon or Ken.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, go ahead.
So I was very much aware about the Vista Lobos, and that's in flight. And as you know, that we're already knee-deep in that one, so that we're just carrying that forward. The North Lot, I don't know much more about that one, so that wasn't in this list, so.
Right. So if we can find out what happened with that and then put it for a future year, obviously not for this current.
Most definitely.
Yeah.
Will do.
Super, thank you. Let's see, a couple other things. Grants, a lot of people have suggested, especially on things like with the beach, that we're looking at an $8 million price tag overall for everything. Are there any kind of grants that we could apply for, anything that could help with some of that cost?
Well, for the EV one, there's a PG&E grant for that one.
But for some of the other stuff?
For the other projects, yes. So there are some potential grants. One, I forgot the name, like it was more for environmental and climate change, but we already passed the level 1. And so for the level 2, what you would need is you would need typically a design, and we don't have design for that because it's up for construction. So we might look at the next rounds of grants because some of them do require some sort of like preliminary design. And as you see, most of them are just to go, go to the design phase.
Okay, so just something to keep in mind, and I don't know if you would be the one looking for them or if somebody else from another department or how that works out, maybe someone from the more environmental could help out with that, but just so it's coordinated that perhaps we can take advantage of something like that.
Yes.
Okay, couple more questions. So On the Piccadilly restroom, I'm really getting specific questions for people who are absolutely not understanding the cost, and especially the business owner who has his business next door, and he said he got a private estimate, not doing it, having the government do it, for $200,000. He cannot understand why it's so much more, and I don't really have the answer. So what can we explain as far as its total of $150,000 per design, $600,000 per build, so a total of $750,000?
Yes, so I've done a lot of, building projects too, including a bathroom. So as you know, typically it would include a design. So we would need a structural engineer to do that design, get a building permit, and then a little bit of a background on the existing utility on that. It does not have its own sewer system. It is attached, I believe, to the next building, which is not gonna happen if you're gonna put a new bathroom. We're gonna have a new dedicated sewer system for that as well. And increasing like another water line, or probably increasing a little bit, maybe not the capacity of that water line, because
Okay.
now it's gonna service two. So I'm gonna have to run through that.
Yeah.
And then reconstruct the park a little bit too.
Well, that's very helpful, because I was not aware of any of the rest of this. So this is just understanding the scope of this is much larger than we initially expected, and that explains the cost. So that's very helpful to know. And then I think this is my last question. On the Flanders Foundation, I'm not too familiar with what the problems are, and my only concern about bringing it up is I worry because a foundation repair could end up being something much larger and much more expensive. So perhaps after you explain to us what the situation is, if that might be something that we consider pushing forward 1 year.
So, what our staff, our crew has said is that when we've looked at it, there's now kind of major cracks that we assume are foundation issues. So the cost will include more condition assessment just to make sure. But yes, it is to repair the existing kind of cracks that were developed on the floors for a couple of years now.
Okay.
So it is like a deferred maintenance more to bring it up to code and usability. at
Okay,
this
and
point.
we can certainly decide if that's something to keep.
Yes.
And thank you, and I think you did a great job, so thanks.
Thank you.
Jeff?
Okay. A good thing that this chart is still up. So I'm having a difficult time sort of comparing apples to apples here with this chart, because one of them goes to 5 years and one of them goes to 10 years. So let's say I'm looking at options. So on the right, my 10-year score, so after 10 years in the right scenario, the rows are in a state, let's just call it state S. So with option 2 on the left, what numbers are missing to fill out the remaining 5 years? So year 6, year 7, year 8, year 9, year 10. Am I missing like 5 blue numbers? So I have green numbers and blue numbers on both sides. And let's say I want these scenarios to result in all of my roads being in the same state at the end of 10 years. So what are the five rows of numbers that are missing in the chart on the left? Are they just $400,000 blue numbers? So the chart on the right has $400,000 generally in the blue. So on the left, do I just add $400,000 and then I'm in the same state after 10 years?
So we did the scenario using, again, the Smart Saver. So basically, how I guess I could explain it is that for the 5-year CIP, you put a scenario saying, I want all these 47 streets to be above 50 and have a global PCI of 80. And so it spits out these numbers, right? I mean, we adjusted the numbers, yeah.
So let me go. So after 5 years, we're in that state. What will it take to be in that state after 10 years? So in the scenario on the left, what are the maintenance numbers that need to go in that blue column such that after 10 years, we're still in the same state?
So those are the numbers we have not done yet, because we were just doing everything to achieve the 80 and not to maintain it afterwards. So we still need to get that number.
Do you think, I'm not asking for $368,000. Do you think that it would, like what's missing here are five $400,000 numbers or something like that? Like, and I promise I'm not gonna I promise I'm not gonna go back and listen to this kind of tape.
I see Ken shaking his head. I think the answer is yes. I mean, if the notion is that option two gets you to a point where everything's above a 50, PCI average score of 80, then we're at a point of doing a lot more preventive maintenance. That's where our focus is gonna be. So I think you're right, $500,000 all the way down the right-hand column. There's probably, Shari, there'll probably be some street improvement projects that crop up where a road in that next 5-year period dips into below 50. So maybe there's a street improvement project. So there might be one project in there, but it sounds like, talking to Ken and Shari about this, that the 5 years after are going to be mostly preventative maintenance.
So if I assume that, and again, I'm making up these numbers, if I assume $500,000 a year, so I add $2.5 million to $11.3 million, and I come out to $13.8 million. So now I'm looking at $13.8 million on the left and $16.6 million on the right. Does that seem like it's sort of in the right ballpark? Like, that's the amount of money we would save by doing all this work up front and having less of a burden in 6 to 10?
Ken said yes.
Okay. Ken, you and I had a conversation this morning, and you sent me a whole bunch of numbers that I don't understand. And during that conversation, you told me that you repeated what Hans said a few minutes ago, that we were doing like 10 segments a year, whatever it is, we're doing a whole bunch of maintenance, and then we're using leftover money to do repairs. And you made the statement to me that you made a lot of statements to me that I don't understand. And my question to you is, if we continue on the path that we're on now, do we ever catch up? Or does the PCI just go down and down and down, 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 down until it looks like, yeah.
Good question. And to answer your question, yes, streets do decline over the years, just like painting a house. You always have to paint it ever so often. So the same with street work. So we're trying to get first ahead so that everything's above 50. That was the whole goal of both these scenarios. Now that they're above 50, now it's like, how do we maintain that above 50? Some will need more treatment, some will need less treatment. So it's hard to have that crystal ball looking at the future after 5, 6, 7 years or after 11 years, what that looks like, but it will need to continuously be maintained because they will decline over years. So if we do less maintenance, some streets you can keep doing maintenance and it keeps it above that PCI, and that's all you have to do is the maintenance, as opposed to a bigger project.
Let me, as I sit here and stare at this chart, let me ask you a slightly different question.
Sure.
In the graph on the right, year 10, $1.83 million and $400,000. So let's say we go through all this work, we do all this work in year 10 by this schedule.
Yes.
What's year 11 gonna look like?
That's a very good question. I don't have.
Is it gonna look like, to Brandon's point before, is it gonna look like $200,000 on the left and $400,000 on the right?
No, it's not gonna be that type of circulation. Our goal is to get it in a way where we're doing more maintenance, so that your maintenance dollars will be probably about $400, $500, $600, depends on the 11th year. But your street improvement will be much less than that. It wouldn't be, 1.8 million. Could it be 200,000? Maybe could be 800,000. Just depends on what streets at that time, what segments, what they look like at that time on the 11th year. So it's hard to determine what it's going to be, but it wouldn't be the, let's say 1.8 plus 400,000, $2.3 million a year of work.
Okay.
I don't know if that helps.
Yeah.
I'm trying to explain.
Okay, I'm done with streets, thank you.
Okay, yes, sir.
I have two more questions. One is, could you explain again what the transfer switches are at City Hall and Vista Lobos?
So the transfer switches really are for emergency purposes. So Villalobos is considered like the EOC. location. So during the blackouts, that's one of the identified, and we don't, when there's a blackout, there's no backup generator. And so we need those switches to be able to use the generators. So that's the purpose of that.
Where's the generator?
We don't have the generator yet. So currently the switches, the transfer switches have to be put first. And then I think what we're talking about is probably renting it out because the generators are coming in on year 2. I mean, that could be transitioned to include both transfer switches and generator in 1 year.
Okay. And then I'd like to talk about, well, our field trip the other day, the drainage on Scenic. The drainage issue that caused the, caused the,
Erosion.
yeah, I don't know, what's the right word?
Bluff.
Yeah, whatever it is. And so I'm looking at this item, which is on this sheet of paper. This is like the CIP in a nutshell, right?
Okay.
And it says $200,000, it says $100,000 carryover, $200,000 budget needed in 26, 27. Soft costs, don't care about that. And construction costs in 27, 28. Can you describe a little bit about, like, what's gonna happen? Like, let me repeat back to make sure I understood. So you're gonna hire, like, staff is gonna hire like a hydrologist to look at the flow of water on the scenic pathway, and that's gonna happen in those areas among a whole bunch of other areas. And that's gonna happen in this fiscal year, right? Yes. Like, you're in the process of sort of doing that right now, spending $50,000 or whatever that number is to do that. And then what's the $200,000 for in the budget for this coming year? Like, what's that gonna be spent on? Like emergency repairs?
Okay, so you mentioned already one of them. One is actually a surveyor. So we need a topographic survey in order to identify the elevations and grade of
Is that
that
the
land.
hydrologist or is that someone else?
It's not necessarily a hydrologist, it's a survey, like a geodetic engineer.
It's different.
It's different.
Okay.
Yes. So what they need to do is look at the elevations and the grading, then they'll identify the low points, right? And then after that, they're gonna do the design to actually do the design, the grading and all that kind of work and drainage issues too. And that can be done by a civil engineer. And so that cost include a lot of the soft costs.
That's the $200,000.
Yes.
Yeah, so Councilmember, to your question, so this year, you're correct, we're gonna be bringing on a hydrologist, and probably doing some of that surveying to figure out where the low points are. And then next year is when we get into the design. So the hydrologist and the surveyor, they're gonna allow us to create what the solutions are. And once we decide what that solution is, these will be the cost for designing that solution.
And that's so the solution is the $1.5 million in 27, 28?
Oh,
That's right.
Different.
Okay, so the things that,
I apologize. Are we talking about the scenic path improvement or the eroded bluff emergency
Scenic
repair?
pathway.
Scenic pathway.
is there another item that I've missed?
Oh,
Eroded bluff emergency repair.
That's the 200,000.
Down there.
That's the one?
Yeah. Okay, so the eroded bluff emergency repair is gonna happen next year. Right?
That's right, yes.
And is that gonna be based on the work that probably not based on the work the hydrologist does because that damage is already done?
Yes. So we are already in the process of hiring that consultant actually. And we did already, like you've seen, like a preliminary repair.
I saw a bunch of white plastic out
Yeah,
there.
it's basically that and some ripraps to cover that.
There's stuff under the plastic too, sir.
But that is the recommendation of a geotechnical engineer.
To put riprap there?
Yes, that's actually the recommendation, especially when a rain is coming, to just cover that area for now. So that amount of work in there, which includes the $200,000, can just go back.
We're gonna get the riprap from somewhere.
It's our city crew had to do that.
Where did the riprap
Oh.
come from?
I don't know.
Okay, so I guess my question is, you know, the damage from looking at the damage was caused by the installation of the baseboard. That damage was caused by the installation of the baseboard when the fence was done, right? That's what it looks like. And there are other spots, like I was walking today and I took some pictures on scenic, sort of southwest of 13th, where the water has run down the pathway along the baseboard, along that board that was installed. And so there's a gouge, there's a big gouge that looks like the baseboard channeled the water into the ocean side of the path. And there's a gouge and the
edge.
The DG is gone and the sort of the gravel underneath it is exposed and it's kind of a mess and it's maybe a little bit dangerous and all that. So what are we gonna do to the boards? Like, you know, we had a lot of damage this year. We had that $200,000 in damage this year caused by a water problem from the boards. Are we gonna take the boards out?
Yeah,
Yes.
we've taken a number of
You've
them out
taken
already.
some of them
We've
out, but
taken that. I think the recommendation from the engineers to remove that and then to regrade the scenic pathway to make sure all those low points are addressed. But I think that is the intention, is to remove all the current boards except maybe from some areas that are really flat already. Like maybe, I'm not sure if to remove it or at least make it flush to the ground, so that the water can still spill as, not in a concentrated, but like a sheet flow, which is the
Right.
natural water, runoff process.
right, and so that's gonna happen before the next rainy season? Like, that's gonna happen sort of soon?
That's, yeah.
And the pitting or the channeling that's been done, like on the section that I was talking about between 13th and Santa Lucia. And there's a whole bunch of other ones, like from between 13th and 12th and 12th and 11th, up to that stone overlook. Those are all gonna be fixed before, like, this summer or whenever it is. So all that DG is gonna be sort of repaired.
Yes, so there's that, after we talked to you, we had like a, we talked to our consultant in doing some conceptual design. So obviously the full design might not be ready for October, which is the start of rainy season. So we're gonna try to do some preliminary repair and removing probably those boards and then addressing the low spots and just kind of regrading it to make them flatter in, like, as a short-term solution for now. And then the long-term is in continuous design. It's just to make sure that we're addressing it before a rainy or a storm season that's gonna happen October 15th. Well, the start is October 15th, right? And so we're just kind of addressing that, but also then addressing like the long-term design for the entire project.
So before the rain on October 15th, your date, not mine, you're gonna remove most of the boards and you're gonna try to spot fix most of the DG and the gravel that's exposed, that was caused by the baseboards and all that.
That's the intention, yes.
Yes.
And then during the rainy season, the stuff that you haven't fixed is going to be sort of inspected regularly by public works staff, and it'll be spot fixed so we won't have any more incidents where the water, we'll be watching, and so we won't have any more incidents where the water all gets channeled down into one low spot on the boards and gouges out the cliff.
That's right.
Okay. Thank you. Thanks for your patience.
Thank you.
Okay. In regards to that, those boards are exactly where the 4x4 boards used to be, but they rotted out, so they were removed and those were replaced. And the whole idea, almost 3 years ago now, is we need to replace the DG. That distance is how much the whole path had eroded previously. The whole path was eroding into the bluffs, and the bluffs were eroding. The boards, the 8x8 posts, I don't really want to do this here. I'll be happy to walk you down there, but the 8x8 posts are leaning like this because the whole bluff is falling in.
Mm-hmm.
That's the bigger problem. This is not the right place to do this. I disagree with your whole assessment, and I'm happy to spend days to go through this with you and explain it. But what we need to do, if you want to really fix it right now, is put 2 drains in. Ken and I did this. There's 2 low spots there. There's like hundreds of feet where there's no drain. They just forgot to put drains, you know, the corrugated pipes going into the ocean. So the water's building up. It never happened before all these new drainage pipes were put in. It's never happened. So you need to fix the pathway. Let's spend $1 million, because that's what it was budgeted 2 years ago, to put new DG, and we've already done all the estimating and stuff when Bob was here. And then the path will be level. There's a 2-degree slope between the curb and that board. That's the proper slope, so the water will drain off into the bluff evenly. Otherwise, the whole pathway is just gonna keep eroding into it, but I'm not gonna do that here. So I agree with Hans's evaluation and Jeff's evaluation on this street maintenance. I think the whole idea, wasn't it, Hans, that we wanna look out 20 years. Like if you put the money in now, over 20 years, it's like 5X, 10X of what you can save by doing slurries instead of having to replace the whole road. So I would like to see a 20-year thing, and that's what I think we had planned on doing when they did the TAMC survey, right, Hans? Am I wrong?
Yeah, I think they generally.
Use your microphone, sir, please.
Lo siento. I think they're generally in that kind of like 10-year window,
Yeah.
but that was one thing we were trying to get. I think if we had used nickels, we might have been able to get that, but we'll get it. It's included in the next TMC thing.
But the whole idea is you look out over a longer period, and I think doing 5 versus 10 years it's not meaningful to me. Because the whole idea of investing the money earlier is that those numbers in green and blue hopefully will be less over time. But you're still gonna, at some point, 10, 15 years, you're gonna still have to tear up one of the roads because the slurry only works so many times. That's what we learned.
It's a great point. And the way that they operationalize the number is, if you remember, they had that graph that it was a bar graph basically, and it showed total deferred maintenance over time in various scenarios. And it shows like is it growing, is it staying the same, or is it, and the way that they do that is they basically take this concept of like, if you immediately in that year wanted to get every road to a PCI of 100, like how much would it cost you? Which is fine. I mean, it's one way to do it, but at least you have a sense of like, by that standard metric, are we falling further behind, or are we, finally eating into the backlog? So hopefully, maybe in the fall.
Yeah, and I think, to defend a little bit, Shari and Ken, like the assignment we got was a 5-year and a 10-year program. We did not get a 20-year assignment. So to our credit, I mean, I want to be clear, like, yes, I think that would be very helpful, but we were not asked to do a 20-year exercise.
I'm just saying it's really not apples to apples.
Okay.
I like what you did.
Yeah.
I think it's a start.
I think we can do better with this. I will take that note for sure, but we definitely didn't fall short on not doing a 20-year exercise on this one.
I think the bottom line is the sooner we spend more, the more we'll save later.
Yeah, I think that's.
In the end, what you're gonna ask us is how much should we spend for the next few years? And I think we'd like to spend more as a council. That's what I'm hearing.
Yeah, and like I said in one of my statement in there, is like, this is not the end of it. Like, basically at the end of this, you will continue your street preventative maintenance to even catch up on what's falling and to try to keep on the above 50 or 80 target. So as an example, like I said earlier, Monterey spent about 10 years to just achieve 80, and they will continue their preventative maintenance, I was told, obviously for almost perpetuity to maintain that. But it will be less cost at the end.
I love the fact that we're doing this at all.
Yeah.
And taking a more strategic, long-term view of this, because the payback is huge. It's huge. And I don't think we'd have a problem convincing the public that we should be spending more on roads, because the payback over 10, 20 years is massive. All right, that's all I have to say. What more direction do you need? Oh, we need to have public. We're supposed to, I'm sorry, I got too far into that. Sorry. We're designing boards and things. We're into this.
Remember, Kevin does want to talk about this
I
item
know.
specifically.
I can't wait to hear the comments. Come on, everybody, let's go.
Nancy Toomey, I have one comment. I still question the ability to execute on the near-term one-year plan. Do we have enough staff, even if we could throw money at it? So it's the prioritization of those projects in the next coming year is still a outstanding and a gap item for me. Thank you.
Thank you, Nancy. All right, Kevin.
Hello. Hello again, about pavement now. So it's great to see an accelerated paving plan, I'm all for it. I do want to point out that at least in residential areas, much of the undulating pavement, you can drive by my house to feel the roller coaster effect, much of it seems to be associated with work that opens the street, particularly the replacement of sewer laterals. And there's been an epidemic of sewer lateral replacements ever since that became required by somebody a few years back. So I know from personal experience, because I've lived there, that at least some jurisdictions require contractors to post a maintenance warranty bond whenever pavement is opened in case it settles or breaks within some amount of time. I've mentioned this to council before, but here requests that you do the analysis or the study or the staff work or whatever to proceed to implement such a requirement. So the purpose here is not only to have better pavement, is to transfer the repair cost for poor work back to the contractors who did it wrong in the first place. Thank you.
Thank you, that was quick. Scott, you have anything? Scott did some nice work.
Yeah, Scott Lonergan, I guess you know who I am. So I just had one other thought that goes beyond the three that I emailed in that I wanted to throw out here, and this is a suggestion for a 1 to 2 year delay on the now, I guess it's $3.5 million police public works facility replacement architectural design. And the thought is to both improve our financial position, which could help lower bond financing costs. I don't quite know when the timing of that, but I think that's something to be thinking about. And also, to take advantage of an opportunity to address not only the facility, but also the housing mandate with an exploration of public-private partnership opportunities. I really feel a well-structured, RFP-led process costs us very little to consider and could be especially critical when the downside of failing in our implementation and the housing element is so significant. And also when spending $3.5 million on a architectural design may not be aligned with one of those public-private opportunities. I just can't see why we wouldn't want to explore this relatively low-cost option to reduce our risk while we sort out our financial situation and give what is a low-cost opportunity to explore those options a chance.
Thank you.
Okay. Maria Ruth, and without dinner in our bodies, their stomach.
We offered you some sandwiches.
A few questions, and just from the standpoint of the comparison of the 5-year to 10-year. Not sure why our second year we go pretty high in our street improvement versus starting very low in our amount. So when I'm forecasting, you start 450 and then you go to 2.5 million in the second year, and then you start going down. Seems contradictory in the sense of like, why you saying if you need this money, why don't you start first year full blown? You know what I mean? That would be my first thing. You know what I mean? Or if you program, like, if you look at your numbers. I also think that at the bottom, you're forgetting like what Jeff was pointing. What are the costs of operating during those 5 years that are remaining, so you can compare apples to apples, the 10-year costs of the first column versus the second column. That's one. Regarding facilities, I have a couple of opinions. Number one, architectural design for your public works, the police department, $3.5 million that cover scope, cost estimates, and potential development strategies. I'm sorry, let's go negotiate those contracts with somebody who can do something for an affordable money. If this is all we're getting for $3.5 million, the scope of work and potential development seems an absurd amount of money, that, in my opinion. I've done consulting work, and that is like way too much, in my opinion. The Piccadilly design, you had $150,000 supposedly looking for a budget for this year of only 80 because you have a 70,000 carryover. But then you talk about needing additional 600,000 next year. So explain to me what you're really gonna do now with 150,000 and then putting $60,000 more next year in a bathroom. So I would suggest, look at a bathroom as a whole, do the ADA compliant components, bring it to scope as one project, but don't defer. Here you have 70,000, then you have 80,000, then you have 600,000. Do it as a complete project, and maybe you can negotiate that price down as well for a bathroom. I guess I live in a city that has $1 million bathrooms and $750,000 bathrooms. I didn't live in cities like that before. Bathrooms were a lot more inexpensive to produce. But I would say that's another one that caught my attention because why defer it? Why do it in 2 years versus one? That's another one. Question for you. And then the last one, I'm going to your favorite one, is the Flanders Mansion. We're repairing it for $150,000, but then you put in more additional money in the budget. So maybe we ought to consider, as we look at budget and we look at sources of revenue, why don't we, before fixing or when we're fixing it, think about possibly looking at options of selling it or selling the mansion itself and keeping the land around it. But I would say if we're looking at sources of revenue, let's look at that one. And the last element, which we have talked about, is I love the idea of looking at grants. Grants for anything that is in many ways parks, recreation, environmental things. My kids live in the world of grants. There's money out there for grants. Let's learn how to apply for grants and look for grants that are related to environmental things that apply to our city. So those are all my comments. I've been accumulating them. Sorry about that.
I think you made yourself clear.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else? Shirley, do you have anything to say? She's online. There she is. Go ahead, Shirley. Shirley?
Shirley, you can go ahead.
We can't hear you, Shirley. Give you one last try. All right, it's not working, Shirley. We're gonna have to move on. Last chance, everybody. Shirley, if you can get it working, I'll bring you back. Just keep trying. Guys downstairs, if you could keep it open. All right, let's bring it back for a discussion. Hans, go ahead.
So I'll start with the roads. I think there's some savings with going with the I guess it's option 2, kind of the most aggressive option. But I'd like to hear the discussion. But I think at the moment my preferred option is number 3, the 10-year option. I think it's kind of the Goldilocks option. It gets the job done in terms of achieving those metrics, but it spreads the cost to keep the total CIP number at around $10 million. In the more aggressive scenario, you're bumping up into 12 north of that per year in some of those years, which is problematic. It also keeps you at 3 project managers instead of requiring 4, which I think is also, we've struggled to find 1. So thinking about getting to 4 really kind of is tough. So that to me, again, feels like the right approach. It's funny, Kevin, when I frequently when I go over those little bumps, I remember that comment you made about the warranty bond, and I've always thought it was a great idea. And so, Brandon, if the team could, I'll add my support for that. If the team could investigate that, I think that's actually a fantastic idea. Overall on the CIP, I think it's a really good list. There's not a lot of Vandy projects here, not really any. It's all meat and potatoes, deferred maintenance, and the stuff that's not deferred maintenance, like fleet, et cetera, it's usually stemming from a hard requirement. So I actually feel really good about this list. Thank you for the explanation of the Piccadilly restroom, because I couldn't wrap my mind around that either. But I remember when I went out there to tour it, somebody told me that the sewer and the water was tied into the restaurant next door. And so, yeah, now you're envisioning us tearing up the whole park to run, water lines and sewer lines. And that makes more sense. It does make me step back though and say, is that the right place to put another restroom, right? That's probably something we should sort of hit pause on and think about. Is there somewhere else downtown where the incremental cost to add another restroom is just lower? So that's something I would suggest. But again, overall, I feel pretty good about it. I do have that question for you, Ken, and I should have asked it during the question period, but do you feel like this, to Nancy's question, this year one CIP budget is doable? I mean, $3.5 million is designed for the police station, so that helps. But I don't know, what are your thoughts there?
Well, I'm glad to answer. So option 1 and option 3, I think, is doable with the staff that we're proposing there.
So this isn't the road stuff. This is just next year's
Just
CIP.
in general, just in general, the CIP. As you see, we're asking, right now we have 2 PMs that are supposed to be on the books. We've been working with 1. So if we had the 2 more,
We would have a CIP manager, so I think what Ken's trying to get at is that yes, we can do it with the structure we're proposing, having a CIP manager and 2 project managers.
And when do those people need to be hired? You're talking about doing this for a fiscal year that starts July 1.
We're both looking at Marissa, and we've all talked about this. This is gonna be an all hands on deck recruitment, because if the council invests in this, and we will all talk about how important our infrastructure is and getting it back up to snuff. Like, if this is a council priority, we're gonna focus on it and get this team in place.
Great, love to hear it. Okay, thank you.
Thanks. I think it's interesting that, this council loves data, and Street Saver is like this data machine. And we kind of get sucked into it and start to treat it like a crystal ball, and it's not. It's not. And so, I think what's been laid out for us is more than adequate. It's directionally helpful. I actually agree with Hans, and I'm surprising myself because my inclination was to go with option 2. I think option 3 is just more realistic. We do not currently have the revenue in place to do option 2. We're talking about increasing revenue, but let's not get ahead of ourselves. So if something special happens and we can move and get things more done quickly, great. But I think that's where we need to be. And then with the overall CIP, same deal. I think it's directionally correct. I feel way better about it this year than I did last year. Frankly, last year I had no idea of our capability, and neither did Ken, right? You were new, I was new, and but to get this amount done, we just said it, we need 2 more project managers. Nancy, an important point is that our project management costs, we do not consider operational. We consider those capital costs. So in our whole 90-10 scenario, that's actually where those are, and that's true today, because the costs of that labor are ultimately capitalized and they end up in the balance sheet. So the accounting of that is appropriate to do. Piccadilly bathroom, I just keep laughing. I've never been a fan of doing more now that I know where the sewer really is, maybe less so. I did it yesterday. I walked from the public washroom at First Murphy House. I walked slow. It's 3 minutes. I walked pretty slow to the Devendorf Park bathroom. It's 4 minutes. And there were no lines at either one. There was a short line at Piccadilly, so maybe the timing was yesterday. And interestingly, it's only 2 minutes to the library where there's a bathroom, but it would have to be open on a Saturday. The PD design, great question. What do we get for $3.5 million? We don't know yet. I mean, it's a placeholder number to figure it out. But my assumption is that it is full architectural drawing, something you can put to bid for construction. I believe that's the point of it. But, we still have bids coming in, so I think putting a big number on it as a placeholder is the appropriate thing to do. But I think we're in good shape on this at this point. We get one more kick at it in 6 weeks when we look at, adopt the rest of the budget and see how well this all really fits in with the OpEx. So look forward to that. Great work, Public Works people. Thank you very much, Sheree in particular. Happy to have you.
And Councilmember Delves, I just want to add a little bit of color to what you said about the next kick at it. We are getting your approval for this, for the next year's CIP tonight, so we can bake it into the budget that we bring with you. I just want to make that clear. Yeah, thank you.
Jeff, go ahead.
Half a kick?
Yeah, I'm sort of cackling because nothing is ever really said until that last vote is taken. And of course, the 5 of us reserve the right to tinker with the CIP up to the,
of course, sir.
Up to the very last minute.
I should have said that our desire tonight is to get that from you. Thank you. Thank you for reminding me where the power sits on this dais. I appreciate that.
I don't really have anything to add. I'm fine with the, I think, Hans made some good points about, Hans and Bob both made some good points about the 10-year road plan. I'm looking at the 5-year plan a little wistfully because I've been talking about it for 5 years, and we would have been at the 10-year plan if we had done it 5 years ago. But better late than never. So the 10-year plan is fine. Thank you, Shari and Ken, for all your hard work and dealing with all of us asking all these inane questions. And finally, to Maria's comment about the PD project. It's a $30 million give or take project. Bob's right. We're seeing architect numbers. It's a whole suite of services from, design through construction management to post-construction services. What?
Community meetings.
Yeah, community meetings, organizing, it's like the whole 9 yards. 10 or 15% is what you see on projects of that size. That's just the way the proposals that Alessandra and I have been looking at are pretty consistent in terms of their size, and it is what it is. So that's what. But again, thank you, Ken and Shari, for your work.
I was hopeful for trying to do the 5-year plan. Maybe that was a little bit too optimistic and not realistic. And I think I agree with everything that Hans and Bob said, that we, as much as we'd like to get a lot of it done because it's, you hear people say, the condition of our streets, I think the more responsible thing to do would be to do the 10-year plan. So I'm on board with that. And furthermore, just, having to add an extra project manager and bring the costs into the, $12 million range seems like just too high a number. If we can keep it at 10, I think that would work better. So that's where I am on that.
All right. I agree. Great job, everybody. This is not easy, right? Throwing darts to some extent on some of this stuff. And the thing that really scares me about this whole thing is Shari last time said, when I asked her about inflation, it's 6 to 10%. That's 8%. So if it's really 100 million and that's really true, that means it's going up 8 million a year. Something, it's going up. So we're catching up, but not as fast as we think. So I think it's important that we're efficient with the money that we spend and we make sure we really do it when we say we're going to do it. I need permission to go for a walk with Sherry. I have not had any time with her yet. I keep trying, but she's really busy. So I need to turn over some stuff I know that you don't know yet, and I think it will help you with some of these projects that are sort of iffy. I just think the message on roads is let's spend as much as we can afford to spend. And I think option 2 looks like that to me. Would you agree? You guys are in the weeds more on the budget, but what I'm hearing, Jeff, were you number 2 as well? Or option 3? Option 3.
I look wistfully at number 2, and maybe if you and Osalander were strong on board with number 2, maybe I would be the swing vote for number 2, but
I'm hearing we can't afford it.
maybe we could do option 2.5, but absent that, option 3
I think
is,
option 3, and if we find some funds, we can push that forward a little bit, is what I'm hearing. I've got some questions on some of the other stuff, but I think it's gonna flesh itself out. You guys are still doing work, and you're still getting up to speed on some of those things, but great job. We took another step forward. Do you have the direction you need?
I think so. What I hear from the council is that you're okay, you've approved in concept the CIP we presented tonight with using option number 3 for the roads approach.
Yeah.
So we will fold that into your draft budget that you see in May.
That's great.
Thank you.
Great job.
Could I ask a clarifying question? Because I also heard about Piccadilly, so is that something we want to
I didn't hear a consensus direction to push that off, but we can ask the council.
I'm gonna pass some information.
I think,
that I think will help her.
I'll make a comment. I think Hans made the comment that maybe that's not the right place for a bathroom. And I think Bob was talking about how all the other bathrooms are closer. The bathrooms, like even at Bob's slow pace, are not very far away. But Piccadilly is where people go, fortunately or unfortunately. And I would give Hans a little bit of an out. And I would say, at some point, you're gonna have to come back with us for the Piccadilly project, right? Either architect or budget or whatever it is. And so I think you get one opportunity maybe you could ask Hans, you get one opportunity to scout another location. I don't think you'll find one.
We'll go for a walk together.
I like the location. As I said last time, I don't think we should spend $750,000 on it.
I think Councilmember Delves is actually drawing a bathroom right now for us to build, which is saving us a bunch of money. Thank you, Councilmember.
All right,
Appreciate that.
let's wrap this up and move on to the next subject. Number 8, review and approve approval of the comprehensive schedule of fees for fiscal year 2026 to 27. And that's you, Jamie?
What do you think they're doing?
All right.
Okay, now it's good evening, for sure. And I feel like 7th inning stretch here, right? So while we get the slide up, I'll kind of set the stage. This is here tonight, not because of any of the other things we've been working on, but it's interesting because it all comes together. This is here because this is the time of year when we need to bring this in. So every year we look at the fees and we decide, we update them in preparation for the coming fiscal year. So let's get into what fees are. So tonight, we present the fee schedule for 2025 and look for council's direction and approval of those. And the way it works is it comes in today, big public notice in advance of this so that the big crowd could be here to look at the fees. Then it comes back again in another month. We look at it again, approve it then. It requires public notice on both of those. And that's because the fee is all about the services that the city provides to individuals. And as such, to individuals, it's allowed to recover the cost of providing services to individuals. The last time we had a study was 23-24, and then we've been doing CPI. Tonight, we're bringing in the study. It's the policy to come and do a study every 3 years. What we want to do is take a look at those and then think about how they're going to impact our budget next year. So the study report says the city is legally allowed to charge a fee to a user or a customer for services provided to the city, by the city to them. Those include plan checks, tree permits, annexation, parking permits, etc. The importance here is that it is an accurate set of fees, that it's equitable, and that it protects the general fund. So let me kind of dig into that a little bit. The fee for a service is based on the cost of the service. The fee cannot contain a profit margin for the city. If the fee for the service is properly balanced or equal to the cost of the service, the individual pays for what they get. If the general fund, and the general fund is unimpacted by that. If they're not in balance, in general, The general fund ends up subsidizing individuals. If we don't cover our costs, we're subsidizing what an individual is asking the city to do. The study has two primary parts. First, it looks at the time and materials for providing each service. Then the cost of the time and materials is calculated, and the result is the fee to cover the time and the cost. This study found that the time required to perform most services was generally unchanged from prior studies, pretty much solidly. We did it differently. We wanted to see if we learned something new, and it was pretty much the same times. And that's super relevant because the study then found the cost to perform the services had mostly increased. The increases to a number of fees are notable. Some of this increase is because the study is being compared to last year's fees, so those fees are already a year old. In addition to those fees being a year behind, what we found is the first year after the last study, we didn't do any increase. So we were already 1 year late and behind on our fees when we started. And then from then to now, we were doing CPIs, which is the general Bay Area CPI, which is not necessarily what our costs are. The other thing on here, so that's a little bit about costs. Updated fees have increased substantially for those reasons. There's also new fees on here that will capture the extra costs included in some of the projects that we're doing. We're providing some extra services or different services from what we were doing before, so there's some new fees on the schedule to cover those. And finally, there's some new fees added so that some big costs that the city might incur can be properly allocated back to the private projects that incur them. Read development. These are some real big things we just haven't been sophisticated about, but we could potentially be seeing some of those costs coming to us, so we're putting those fees in place to recover those costs because they could be significant. So notable changes include tree permits. Some tree-related costs have gone up, as the calculated fee represents the actual time incurred by our very busy forester. We're looking at his actual hours running around. We also see that streamlining and special event permits have gone down, and that reflects some efficiencies we've managed to get in those processes. The amount of the noted on the fee schedule for individual initial historic assessments has also been corrected to reflect the cost of the payment that the city has been making to an outside agency or a consultant in addition to their own costs. So we have had our costs and we've been writing a check to somebody else. The fee on this schedule represents both of those costs because they're real. And finally, new development-related fees such as grading and public improvement have been added so that the city can recoup those significant costs whenever those big projects take place. So I'm going through this. So to summarize, the completion of the study allows us to balance the fees against actual costs. Comparisons show us that the proposed fees are generally less than the same fees calculated by other local jurisdictions. Tonight, we're reviewing those fees. Then we're going to come back in May and look to adopt a formal fee schedule so that we can implement it at the start of the fiscal year and our new budget. In the future, this list will continue to be evaluated for completeness and for accuracy, and there's a possibility that we might be able to put a fee waiver process in place if that is desired by the council as well. So in conclusion, we recommend that the schedule be reviewed and adopted as presented so that it is in place for the start of the new fiscal year. And with that, you've got a fee schedule which has got a tan top and then a couple of gray columns. It compares last year's numbers to this year's numbers. And then you also have in your package the fee study itself. And that's my overview of this.
And Mayor, I just want to close with a couple quick things. So one is I want to recognize Jamie for the job that she did on these fees. She brought in a new process for doing time studies and fee assessments. So the city has never done this level of detail before. Maybe some of you saw them, but Jamie implemented a system where we have these little handheld devices that you carry around with you and literally punch a button, you stop and start. They were battery powered, so people were taking them out in trucks with them while they were doing work. So big kudos to Jamie. She pushed really hard to get that done. And big kudos to all the department heads too, because they had to work with their teams to get those in and make people not scared of carrying around a device basically that was about figuring out how much we're doing so we can be paid for the work that we're doing. That's the first thing I want to say. The second thing I want to say is a line that I added to Jamie's staff report because I felt it was really important that I'm just going to read it because it says, it's worth worth noting the city is actively working on initiatives to enhance customer service and to make the processes more efficient. We're talking about fees for service, and service is really important to me. I think while it's important to have the correct fees, it's also important for those who pay for those services to feel as the level of service they get is aligned with the cost they pay for it. So I want to say that out loud because it is a commitment that we have to the people we provide the services to do a better job of providing those services.
For sure.
Okay, well said, and I agree. Excellent job. There's a lot of line items on here.
A little thick.
I have to say those terminals, because I came from the supermarket industry, we had, in 1970, we had more advanced terminals than that. They were pretty interesting. I don't know if anybody saw them, but they really were like ancient things.
They're even the right color of brown. They're even the right color of brown from like the old.
But it worked, it worked.
Yes.
And it kept the cost down. Okay, questions? Let's start over with Jeff.
Thank you, Dale. I have a couple of questions on the master, they all say master fee schedule on, let's see, page number
And I actually-
of the fee schedule, building services.
Yeah, and I was gonna say, there's actually printouts with numbers on them too to help you.
Yeah, I have my own.
There we go. We're gonna bring it up.
Building services, I think I've written my notes on mine, on page 4. General plan update, 3.5% of all building and safety permits. What does that mean?
So it's interesting, I actually had to do some research here. You haven't seen that in the last few bits. It's just been kind of dropped into the background.
Do I dare
So-
ask you how you did an estimation if we've never
Yeah,
done that?
actually, and this is yeah, I totally geeked out on this. So basically what it is you're allowed to recover costs that benefit the individuals. And so one of the things that all of the cities do is they look at it and they say, when we're doing general plan work and all these other subsidiary pieces of work that go along with the general plan, it's a massive amount of hours we're paying to consultants and using internal staff time. And then what happens? It doesn't come out as just one service. This little percentage is saying all that work we did to make those plans is what made it possible for that homeowner to come in and get the things they needed done. So it's a little tiny surcharge that folks put on. So what we did then is we went back and looked and said what in general are the major costs that we've incurred in those big studies.
I don't think we're talking about the same thing.
We're talking about,
Are we?
well, it's
General
plan update.
3.5%. So a general plan is like the general plan. Maybe I need Anna to answer this question. Like, what does a general plan update have to do with building and safety permits? I'm not talking about general plan amendment.
General plan update. My understanding is this fee is charged to pay for a future update of the general plan, which would then benefit the property owner's residents. So we're required to update the general plan every some odd 20 years per state law. We're a little bit behind.
Can we find it? I want to make sure, I want to make sure we're talking about the same thing.
It's
Right,
just
no,
under
you
S-
back up, back.
just under S.051.
General plan update, right there, third line.
Oh, and let me be clear, this is a percentage of a percentage, by the way. It's actually assessed on top of another fee, so it's a fraction of a fee. So let's. get back
Okay,
to it.
let me, when is someone gonna pay this fee? This fee that's
When they
listed
pull
on,
their building permit.
Yeah.
When they pay
For
their
what?
building permit.
Like,
For
what-
any building permit that they pull. So it's tacked on to each building permit.
So it'd be tacked on to the line below it, for example, building plan check. So it's, you pay a certain amount based on the value of your project on a building
Do
plan
you-
check.
do you know what this is? Okay, so I'm not making,
there, though.
I'm not, every year we go through this, so don't go away. So I'm building an ADU on my house. Am I gonna pay this fee?
Yes. Yes. If you're changing out your windows, if you're doing a re-roof, anytime you pull a building permit, you are.
This is not
pull a building permit.
This is not a general plan update. The
No.
general plan is a,
This is a
this is a
surcharge.
building permit plan
Yes.
update.
Yeah.
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 No,
If that makes sense.
Okay, so
you
my apologies, like general plan is a term of art.
No, it is, no, sorry, no, it is,
Is a, and I
it is the general
provide-
plan. No, you're right. So let me try. So this is a surcharge that already exists, 3.5%. That you get charged when you pull a building permit. There's fees, like some cities have technology fees, things like this, that go into a future initiative. So this is an initiative that collects a small fee that adds up over time that the city would use to update its general plan.
Do we have, okay, so that's interesting. Do we have a design guidelines update fee that we charge on
No.
houses, on homes to go, like, fund the effort that we're undergoing to update our design guidelines?
We
Could-
do not.
Could
no.
we?
You could create a fee that's associated with a future action. General plan fee is a very common fee that you see because it's every city, every municipality in California has a general plan that they have to update on a somewhat regular basis. I guess I would say it's a more justifiable fee than a design guideline fee.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Further down, there's something called, at the bottom of this page, there's something called a stop work investigation.
Correct.
What is that?
That is literally when we've found that somebody is doing something they should have had permit or other permissions or reviews for, and they don't have it. We walk in and say, stop, now we've got to go back and look at everything that's happened and check it all out. And it actually causes us to spend a substantial additional amount of time. So that's what that is. You should have done it the right way the first time. But it's because the cost is high. Does that make sense?
Yeah, why do we charge that? Okay, why do we charge, so do they pay that whether or not we issue a stop work order?
No, it only happens when somebody's been found to be proceeding with work, but they never got the permits they were supposed to get.
Yes, when we issue a stop work order.
And so do you think that having a set fee is the right thing as opposed to having like an hourly rate like some of the other fees are?
I think that it's right. It's generally the same amount, but you see that it's also, you have a double hit on the building permit fees as well.
Yes.
So it is a punitive, that part of it is, yeah.
And then I think on the next page, the tree fees. So you made a statement in your presentation that we were gonna bring the tree fees back up to, I'm kind of paraphrasing, where they belong.
Cost.
Based on the cost.
Correct.
And if I remember right, do you remember this? Like, we have this discussion every year
We
about
do.
reducing the tree fees.
That's right.
So when I'm looking at 205, 205, 698, and 205, is that, my guess is that's half of what they were last year.
That's likely.
That's-
Yeah, I
that
kind of
we
remember that
reduced it
conversation, yeah.
From 410, $1,396 and 410. Do you think that that's the case?
I do. Yeah, that's what I remember from last year. And just like last year, we need to bring you what our proposed fee is for the full cost recovery, because that's our job. And then you guys, as the policymakers, decide if you want to subsidy that by, cutting it in half or cutting it further or less.
And do you have any insight as to why the tree pruning permit went, so without looking at why the tree pruning permit is so much more than the others?
I don't know, maybe Ken can speak to that. Do you know why the tree pruning permit took a much larger jump than the others? Threefold?
I can tell you that I don't think that the 205 was systematic or mathematical. I think it was just a flat number that was laid on top of all of those. I like your idea of mathematical though, so I was gonna
I'm
argue that.
sure we
I
reduced
think it was
I think we
50%. I mean,
reduced
I
it.
would-
think
that was
that's
here.
the
I
thing
think
we
they just
reduce
got
every
all,
year.
yeah, that's what I think. I think it's just been slapped down to 205, and that would just kind of carried down. And so that's why this gives you an idea to see how much some things take more time than others. So just putting the same price on all of them maybe doesn't make sense. Where do you want to incent activity? Where do you want to recover cost?
Do you know how many of those we issue every year? Okay, thank you.
Alessandra?
No questions.
Hans?
No questions.
No questions.
No questions? Public comment, please.
Just one comment that I found the report lacking in comparisons with areas that surround us. I don't know if that has to be relevant to your decision-making, but that's what I was expecting, was far more information on what other jurisdictions charge in some of our major areas. So there was the one in the staff report, but I didn't see, and/or it was oblivious to me where the rest of that information might have existed. So again, it might not be relevant to your decision-making, because if this is indeed a cost recovery model, this is where we stand. So thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, this is more of a question than a comment, and I don't have a particular stake in this. I was just browsing through this and it jumped out at me. On page 137, local initiative processing, it says $200 per initiative. This fee is limited by state law. Then it proceeds to show the current fee of $200 and then proposes to increase it. So is the state law limit $200 or is it something else? Because if it is $200, I don't think we can raise it if it's limited by the state. So just a question.
Thank you. Maria, do you have any?
Hi, Jamie. In the category
Maria, pull the
of,
microphone down.
excuse me, my husband just was here.
I saw.
One, for the Community Activities Commission, I would like to, I always follow the different event permits. Just to clarify, where is the, the permit for Car Week? Is it under the special event? Rental of what? The rental plus
So we can
refundable?
come up and answer questions after, if that's okay.
Well, yeah, but you usually don't.
Okay.
Okay. I have
If
noticed
the council-
that when I ask the
yeah.
questions, and then the questions of them get asked, but mine don't. Yeah, I'm going to.
Mayor, is it okay if we answer her the two questions afterwards? Thank you.
She's not going away until we.
Sorry. I'm going to stay here. I'm just kidding. And then the one thing that surprised me is how, under what, if you do a comparison with other communities like Nancy suggested, seems a little bit overkill to have an increase of fees of 374% or 132% for trees in the tree removal, knowing that we're surrounded by trees here. So since we put the importance on trees so much, the increase seems out of proportion to to what I would imagine is acceptable. But that's more a question also out of curiosity. How do you justify a 132% increase or a 374% increase in a pruning permit? So that's my second question. Thank you. I'm leaving, but I expect answers, Brandon. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Anybody else? Okay, bring it back.
All right, I'll take the last question, and then Jamie, you can start making your way up to answer the question of the $200 and the Car Week permits. But with respect to the question about how do we justify the 137% increase on the tree fees, I think Jamie tried and did a good job of this, covering this in her presentation. A couple of things here. One, in previous years, so every year we're starting with a reduced fee for tree permits that the council the year before subsidized, so the number's already low. We come back with what the actual costs are for a permit, so you're always gonna see that number jump back up. And then secondary to that, what Jamie talked about in her presentation is that not only did we miss a CIP increase one year, but this was the year, every 3 years we do an actual tally of the number of hours that it takes to do something now. And so that's why you see that sort of compounded this year. It's multiple factors. Yeah. And then Jamie, hopefully you can speak to the $200 state limitation question that Mr. Roos had. And then also Maria's question of where are the permit cost for the Car Week events at?
So I think that it's talking about S120 if we went there, but basically it looks to me like that's a typo. And we're not trying to increase the fee by the amount that's typed into the schedule. So we need to research it to make sure the initiative cost is still limited to 200 and hasn't changed. And then probably fix that one back down to 200 or whatever it's allowed to be.
So right above that line is the same thing with the candidate cost.
Oh,
Same,
yeah.
Exactly the same.
Thank you. So we'll go double check those because it looks like there's some sort of formula that's fed up onto those. So we will check to make sure the code doesn't have any incrementing effects and then put it back. Because we also have another one of those up in building. There's a few things where they're trying to incent certain practices and behaviors so they lower the cost at the state level. So, and then Car Week, I believe that is special event permit, S-094. So, and that's one of the ones where we actually have kind of streamlined our processes and it's taking less hours than it used to. So.
So, there's something, may I?
Yeah.
So we used to have fees for parking spots. And Maria Bruce's comment about Par Week caused me to look for that. And there's a fee for the Norton Garage, which is fine, which is probably the first year I haven't asked any questions about that. But we have, we allow people to rent out parking spots for the day. And I think traditionally that fee has always been in this calendar, in this schedule.
So
go
ahead. There's a fee.
Where is it?
There's a parking fee. I just need to make sure it's the same one.
What page is it on? 161?
Oh, there it is. Thank you. Just above film. It's just,
Nova will put it up, I believe it's
I don't want to be
161.
that embarrassed. You could just tell me what page it's on.
it's.
I don't, because I'm looking at a different
S095.
program than you, I don't have, mine doesn't have a page number, so.
What does it look like?
It's on the last page of the fee schedule.
Just kind of wrapped, that big, long schedule wrapped around.
Yeah.
So you should have it.
There you go. Because it wraps from this one down here.
Oh, great.
Yeah.
So there wasn't, and actually, the only thing that changed was the permit times, the direct times for the primary permit. So the rest of those fees are unchanged from prior years. As you can see, they're exactly the same. We didn't even increment them.
So the parking stall rental is $861 plus $100 a stall.
I believe so.
And the parking stall rental peak demand is $200 a stall, but no $861.
It's still the 861, so the peak demand rental, that would be like during Car Week, it goes from $100 to $200. So that all falls under the same, I think we need to just format that cell a little bit better.
Could you just like move?
That'll be
could you
important
just
for us.
Move
Yeah.
the text from the above cell to that cell too, so we charge them, so it's clear that they get $861 plus $200 a stall.
Absolutely. That's really important for us too,
And are
because this
those
is what gets published.
Are those don't you think we should raise our fees?
That's a question, that's a question we would ask.
Is $861, is the $861 a staff time charge and the $100 like a rental fee, which I know we're allowed to charge what we want?
Well, yeah, what the backstory is that these fees had gone unrisen for 5 or 6 or more years, and then I found them last year and raised them all substantially.
Which one, the $861
around the
or the
special-
$100?
It should be around the special event and the beach and the special event overtime. So we kind of just kicked them all up. And so this year, I didn't have any new data to support different calculations, so we left them. But we can definitely go back and double check.
Are these fees based on like your time methodology, or are they just numbers that we can tinker with because we pulled them out of thin air?
You did interviews last year on these ones, right, to get the hours, and then the fee amount, like the flat fee amount is something that the council has the authority to change as like a rental fee if they want. But the
Yeah.
861, we would not want to recommend changing because that's a cost recovery number.
Yeah, and basically these, what he's saying is these are complex beyond just the time study. So these got other factors that are involved in them. And so they weren't all covered in this year's time study. But to your point, they're recovering costs. There's other things that layer on and come together when we put these fees together.
But if you wanted to, sir, to your question, if you wanted to take the $100 per day for regular and the $200 per day for the peak demand, if you wanted to double those, the council could certainly do that because those are.
Well, it's been $100. I know it's been $200 a day for
a
for
long,
a while.
long time. That's right.
Yeah.
Because that's been like the standard car week car fee forever.
Mm-hmm.
And so when someone has a big car event downtown, like that takes up like 4 blocks, do we count up the number of stalls that they use and then charge them?
That's where that's why the permit fees that we get, I think this is why Maria was asking the question, because the permit fees we pull in during car week are pretty large. And it's the parking stall rental that is the reason that drives that. Because if you look at what the permit fee costs are, they're not that high, but it's all of the parking spaces that they rent is what drives that big revenue number. And it's the same number for, if we got, a clothing store operator that rents 2 stalls in front of their store and puts a red
Which
carpet
we
down.
have.
Yeah. That also, they pay the same price.
$861
Plus 200,
times $200.
that's right. Mm-hmm.
I think we should raise the $200.
Is that it?
Oh,
This is
well, I
comment.
mean, I think we should raise the $200, and I think we should half the tree fees except for the appeals, like we do every year. And then Alessandro will complain that we should half the appeals, and I'll give in, and then we'll just half all the tree fees.
Right. Time to move
Because
on.
we've done that a couple times.
Go ahead, do what he said.
Thanks, Mayor. I'm not sure exactly what it was.
I don't either.
So I just won't go there.
Just do what you want to do.
Okay, so the only thing I'm gonna be concerned about tonight is the tree permit costs, because as we all know, we want to encourage residents to maintain their trees and remove dead branches that are fire hazard, and I know every year we go through this. I mean, so the evaluation, just so everyone knows, so it went from 205 to 475. Tree removal permit for dead tree is 205 to 475. Tree removal permit 698 to 1631, and tree pruning permit, this one seems the most increase is 205 to 971, and I'm already hearing people saying that these are gouging type prices, and I think in the name of encouraging people to maintain their trees and the fire safety, I'll toss this out there. I know Bob may have a back and forth.
Well, that's too, like we.
Go ahead, toss it.
For example, the tree evaluation, 205 to 295. I know that this means that we are subsidizing, but maybe, as to Jeff's concern, we can increase by a couple $100 these car week rentals, and so maybe that will cover for a little of it. Tree removal, dead tree, 205. What if we did 395? And then the tree pruning permits, that's you're just pruning from 205 to 295. And then also, I remember asking Chip, but Brandon, I'll ask you, if the city has a policy, if somebody for financial reasons is unable to afford this but needs to get some work done, if the city will waive the costs for them.
We don't. That's one of the things Jamie was talking about in her presentation. We don't currently have tree fee waiver policies. I don't believe, right?
No, we don't.
Yeah.
We don't have a waiver policy,
Yeah.
but we were looking, the county has some examples of waiver policies, so we were looking at that language. If that's something that's desired, we could kind of maybe polish that up a bit and bring it back.
Because right now, if we want to, if someone, we can bring fee waivers to the council. You have the decision-making authority to do that, but we don't at the staff level right now. But if the council were to adopt some sort of fee waiver policy under a certain threshold for certain criteria, we could use that.
I think it would be worth at least looking into, and we could model it on the county and maybe adapt it.
Sure.
However.
We're happy to produce something and bring that back to you in the next, few months.
Okay, appreciate that, thank
Did you
you.
say anything about this one, the appeal?
No, I did not discuss the appeal at all. I just wanted to focus on the tree cutting.
So what was the dead tree fee?
Dead tree, from 205 to 395, and then,
You're okay to go that high?
I'm not. I'm not okay with going that
Okay,
high.
I'm just
Oh.
get her.
well, I was trying to be somewhat,
Sounds like you could go lower.
sure. I didn't think we were going lower.
Okay,
Yeah.
pick a number. 295?
Okay, we'll do 295.
Same as the other one.
Yeah.
It's for consistency, you've got all
Sure.
three the same. And what about the tree removal permit for 1630?
Oh, that one. So that is to remove a perfectly live tree, but you just want to get rid of it off your property? Is that what that would be for?
Dead tree.
Yeah, that's not a dead tree removal, that's the tree removal permit,
Just
for construction or, yeah.
Okay, so let's do 600? Okay.
995, to stick with the same sort of look?
Yeah,
So should I go?
Yeah.
Because
Is that all you had?
and I actually didn't, I left that off my
Well, how did
list.
you feel about the parking spaces for car week?
Oh, for that, we could easily add a couple hundred or at least or 200. I mean, I'm open to
Okay, you're
whatever
interested in
everyone
raising-
else, yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
Go ahead, Bob.
Contrary to the belief that I am always Scrooge, I think they would just leave the tree fees alone where they are right now. I don't want to raise them, they're very high already. So that's the floor that I'll set. And I'm completely fine, Jeff, adding the 200 to.
300. See
Fine.
what happens.
I'm-
Like,
Really?
I don't know, I'm just,
Yeah.
Can you guys clarify, are you suggesting going from 200 to 300 for the busy car week, or are you saying from 200 to 500 per space?
are you asking all of us?
I'm just, these two guys seem to be on the same page.
we haven't heard from Hans yet.
Okay.
I think we could increase them significantly because I think the demand is infinite, basically. And so, well, it's not infinite, but people will pay it. The only other thing I'll say, the Norton Garage, sorry, is I don't want to debate the 2,500 per year. I just want to know that all of them are rented for the whole year and that we're maximizing the revenue from that, and it's not half, because it always appears 2/3 empty.
Yeah. I have it on my homework list to start.
Yes, so that's.
From you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yep.
And that's an affirmation that you have it on your list, or an affirmation that they're all rented?
Affirmation that I have it on my list for follow-up.
Yeah,
And
I
it's-
asked
No, I can answer
Anna,
that.
like I asked Anna, and so I started this whole Norton Court thing like 7 years ago.
I got it, it's
And-
on my list now, I've been at it for a year.
Yeah,
So he's gonna take it over for you.
Anything else?
okay, you can talk, you can have it.
Go ahead.
Done.
So I'm for keeping the tree fees where they are. I'm less interested in if it's a live tree and it's like a construction removal. I'm fine to just have that be a whatever it costs us, whatever you have in your study. But these other ones, the tree evaluation, the tree removal of a dead tree, the tree pruning permit, I'm in support of keeping those where they are. If folks want to go a little bit higher, I could also go with Alessandra's numbers. And then on the car week stuff, I'm okay to raise those as well.
So we're not sorry.
Go ahead.
So we're not, like last year, last year, just to be clear, we're not talking about what are we gonna do with the appeal to the Forest and Beach Commission? So this is the thing that I was ribbing Alessandra about before, sorry. So 1891, I don't think that's what the cost was last year. I think we reduced that fee too, and I think I didn't want to, and Alessandra did, and I think we reduced it by 25%. Do you remember?
Did we?
The first column is the actual printout from the approved list.
Yeah, but I think Councilmember Barron's
Oh, I
correct.
see.
That is a reduced,
I don't think
that's
it
also a
was,
subsidized.
I don't
fee.
think it was
No,
1,891. I think it was a little bit, I think it was higher than that.
like 2,400 or something
Yeah.
like that, yeah.
And now this, you're speaking about the appeal, so they've already had a chance to talk to the expert who's come out and evaluated it. Now somebody wants a different answer, so they're going up the chain.
I mean, I would, I'll just say, like, I would leave the fee at the proposed fee. But Alessandra and I negotiated last year, and which was completely fine. And I think we ended up, in, you know, at the last year's equivalent of 3331 at 1891. Like, I would leave them at the proposed fee, and the council voted to reduce them. And so my question to the four of you is, what should we do this year? And then my other question was, I'll ask that first. You don't remember this at all?
Not really. I mean, looking at it, it does, I can see where, you know, it, just the one to the Forest and Beach, what if we matched it to the cost of an appeal to city council at 2,712?
Yeah, when I did the math, just because I have a recollection of a quarter, reason by 25%, increasing 1891 by 25% gets us to 2364, which is around, you know, $2,400. That's what I had in my memory from last year.
I mean, I would leave them the way that Jamie's proposing. Those two, because time is time, time is money.
I'm fine, leave it.
Okay. All right, I have a couple. So where do they mark? I've had the people that are involved with the sewer business putting in sewer laterals. There are just some things, sort of like removing a dead tree, that you sort of have to do, and you have to fix your sewer line. And I would just love, I should have done this, but I'd love to know, because at the time, the complaint was COD is charging like $250, and we were charging $841. It doesn't sound like much, but when you're the homeowner and the guy's going out and doing this, it all adds up. And I would just like to match what COD does, or maybe be a little higher than them, but we're like the sewer lateral, or the street excavation, I'm sorry, which is what happens when people are tearing up their sewer line.
I'm looking at.
And maybe you can make a separate one for something that has to do with sewer lines as opposed to any kind of other work.
Interesting. I'm trying to find it.
It's I don't know what page number it is.
It's under encroachment permits, street excavation.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Should have this memorized.
Yeah.
But.
So the mayor's suggesting that we create a secondary permit fee. So when you're doing street excavation for a sewer lateral tie-in, which eventually has to happen at some point, that's a lower fee than all other street excavation.
Yeah, and I researched this at the time, and it didn't seem like it was that big of a deal in terms of labor. Rob Culver goes out there and takes a look at it a couple times. And COD's already doing it. I mean, there's multiple people looking at it. If you call up COD, you could probably find out they charge $300 for theirs, and it's just way different.
Yep, sewer lateral match COD.
Is that what it would be called, Brandon? Is that what it would be called? Sewer lateral encroachment?
Yeah. So it would be an encroachment permit for a sewer lateral replacement.
Yeah, it's a lot of pressure on the people that do that for a living.
I don't know, where is this?
Yeah, there's a street cut, but I can't find it.
Right there, Nova.
Okay, you got that one? If you could check on that. And the new bench location, adoption of existing benches, it's just $1,500, $3,600. We're already charging them $750 for future maintenance, and then we're charging them a really high fee just to change the plaque, which is like Leo going out for like 15 minutes.
Do you want an answer?
Yeah.
So, yeah, that's one of the ones I actually printed the detail on, is adopt a bench, new bench, and replacement plaque. And what's happening is that we're actually having public hearings. And so we have project planners, we have building directors, we have public work directors. They're all in this public hearing process for all these different bench things. So you just end up, because people really care, and so they're engaging everybody.
Okay, well, I didn't complain about that. I'm complaining about the The
plaque?
The plaque,
The plaque?
$530. The plaques, I'd do that. It costs like $50 for the plaque, and Leo, 15 minutes.
What we can do is we can go back. Literally, my time study says that both the Public Works and the planning director are involved in replacing a plaque. So let me go back.
I think we can take a harder look at that. The one that I think.
I wish we would replace some more because I can't read 90% of them. They're all corroded and nasty.
All right, let me check.
Be nice to know who they were for. The rest of it, if you've done time and motion studies, then that's what it costs. I get that. The one last one was the trees, and I'm for Alessandra's number of 295 for all three of those. I think that the tree removal permit might be more, so I don't know, 985 for that? Is everybody like that?
On that one, thank you for bringing this up. I would say, I'm with Hans, leaving it at 1631. And so is Bob.
Okay, all right.
So the third one down, so it says 205, 205, 698, 205, and I think the three of us that think the 1631 should say the same. If you're taking out a live tree, then you pay full freight.
And I think the reason I didn't put it on my list is because I thought only the other three that we discussed should be reduced, so I assumed that I was okay with leaving it at that. I mean, if it is a live tree that you're doing just mostly by choice, I guess.
295.
No, 205. They said 205, 205, 205 for tree evaluation, tree removal permit, dead tree, and tree permit.
No, Dale said
Alessandra
295, which is
Alessandra
what
started.
Alessandra said, and I'm in the middle between Bob's 205 and their 295, so maybe we could just go 250.
250?
I might make a comment that if you were a retailer, these prices are pretty all over the place in terms of the rounding, and I don't know if we could take a quick look at that, but it's probably too late. So what do you guys want?
250.
250? 250, I like it, it's a nice round number.
Sounds
Okay,
good.
250, 250, and I guess 1630 or,
1631.
Yeah.
okay. All right, and the benches you're gonna take a look at?
And then council, the one, I shudder to ask this question, but the last thing I need, because there was a lot of conversation about it, I do need a number from the majority of you for what you want to take the peak pricing up to for the street parking,
Can I make one comment on that?
if you must.
I didn't have a number.
Okay, all of it.
This needs to be that needs to be a group, that one needs to be a group decision.
Double it to 400. Double it to 400.
I'd be more gentle with that, because
It's
we're
their
gonna get a
not-for-profits.
lot of complaints.
They're
So
not-for-profits.
Mayor, I've got something to say about that.
Yes.
A few weeks ago, you authorized our office to prepare a license agreement with Good Roots, and the terms at that time that we discussed were that Good Roots was going to pay the city $21,000 and change. In exchange for that, they were then going to do this, I'll call it valet parking of cars, $200 a spot on Ocean, and then $100 a spot on downtown streets other than Ocean. So I've drafted that, I've sent it on to Ashley Wright, and they're reviewing. I'm expecting to get comments back soon, and then I'm gonna send them on to the Community Activities Commission. The reason I bring all this up is I don't know if that, what I just explained to you, is gonna impact what you all wanna do about these parking fees.
No.
That's sort of a one-off, I think. I mean, you're giving them a contract, telling them what they're gonna pay, separate from this, I believe.
Well, there's two pieces going on here. One is what they're paying the city, which is the 21. The other is what they're charging the person whose vehicle is being parked. And what we incorporated into the agreement was 200 because that was in your fee schedule. So if you increase it now, do you want to make it an exception for the contract with Good Roots, or do you want to tell Good Roots they're going to have to charge people, whatever number you're going to come up with?
Leave everything with Good Roots alone.
Yeah.
I proposed, it's at 200, I said 4. If you'd rather have something a little less, you want to go 3? I mean, we still have an executive session tonight.
I'm fine with 400.
That's 2 for 400.
I prefer something lower.
And that would apply to the Good Roots contract?
No.
No.
That's a one-off, you're gonna do a contract separately. I think that's too much.
I'm okay, like, I'm okay, like, going up to 3 and seeing what happens and sort of revisiting it at this point next year.
Good,
Maybe.
300.
Sounds good.
Excellent. Thank you, council.
I have something else.
Decisive action.
Okay,
Yeah,
go
I've got
ahead,
another
Brian.
point.
Go ahead.
I'm not sure if this was covered or not, but I looked up the elections code 9202 after Kevin's comment on the fee going from 200 to 1953. Did you cover that already, Jamie, or?
We were going to go check to make sure that's
Okay,
probably wrong.
I did that. And it's elections code 9202, B like boy, and it does say that the fee shall not exceed $200. And this is the current version of the code. So that fee needs to remain at 200.
Great.
Got it. 25. Yep. 25 and 200.
Who was that called that out?
Kevin.
Kevin.
Good job, Kevin.
Running for
You
something,
said you weren't
Kevin.
an attorney,
Reading
but
it.
it turns out.
You've earned your pay.
Hey, Brandon, request that maybe when we do this next year, that if you guys could take notes of what we, you know, of the 6 things that we focused on, and you could just tee those up.
Yes.
Yeah.
I was thinking the
So,
same
because
thing.
we're
yeah.
all,
Yep. And the process now is that we take this, we come back to you next month with this redone, with us watching the video probably 5 times to figure out what happened tonight. And then we will come back and repackage it so that you can look at it one more time and say, yes, this is right.
I think you can do it in 2 times.
I think
Wasn't
so.
that
I
bad?
think so.
Wasn't that bad?
We'll use AI.
We got notes.
And for those of you watching this, you weren't here to comment, and you didn't give us any input unless you sent us an email, and I didn't get any. So if you want to speak up, you better speak up fast, because this is happening. Good job. Excellent work. For everybody, every city employee who took part in this, thank you so much for the time that you invested. It's worth it. Thank you very much. All right. I believe now we're gonna, I've got to find we're gonna go into closed session.
Did you want me to announce it?